guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves says the shooting that happened in Kansas City at the Victory Parade for the Chiefs was a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire. Graves adding that 2 of the victims are juveniles and over half of the 22 victims are under the age of 16. 1 person was killed as the gunfire broke out on Wednesday. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner is sounding the alarms about a serious national security threat, demanding that President Biden declassifies documents that have been made available to Congress. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says the threats are related to an anti-satellite capability that Russia's developing.
There's a lot of things the satellites do for the whole population of Earth. And so any capability that could disrupt that and that could therefore have some impact on services here on Earth and across the world should be of concern to anybody, I think.
Nikki Haley is continuing to face an uphill battle in her home state as she began to turn up some of the rhetoric and comments against frontrunner and former President Donald Trump. Ryan Daniels has the details.
Haley says former President Trump doesn't know what it means to serve.
The reality is he's never been anywhere near a military uniform. He's never had to sleep on the ground. He's never known how to sacrifice. And the most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. That's the truth.
Trump did come up through military school as a youngster. 2 new polls have the former South Carolina governor trailing former President Trump by more than 30 points in her home state, which has a primary coming up later this month.
Retail sales in January dropped by 8%, which is well over the expected 3% drop. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
President Biden will be traveling to East Palestine, Ohio on Friday, the location of the Norfolk Southern train derailment that took place in early February of 2023. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre commenting on the president's trip, saying that he was invited by the town's mayor.
The president's going to hear directly from the people of East Palestine. This is a trip that he has been wanting to make, but wanted to make sure that it was the right time to do. Obviously, when the derailment happened, the federal agencies were on the ground within hours, and many of them have continued to be there, whether it's the EPA or FEMA.
The United States has waited 50 years to do it. Here's Corey Myers with the details.
The U.S. heading back to the moon. The Odysseus lunar lander, nicknamed Odie, launched in the wee hours of the morning to try and make the first touchdown of a U.S.-made spacecraft on the moon in 5 decades. Odie set to attempt his landing on February 22nd. It's equipped with a camera system that NASA hopes will give the world an amazing view of that landing.
Autonomous vehicle owner Waymo is recalling a previous version of its software that was used in its driverless cars. The recall, which was announced by the company earlier this week, stems from an incident in December when 2 self-driving Waymo vehicles in Arizona crashed into a pickup truck that was being towed. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I do believe that is my cue. Clock says it's showtime. So here we go. What do you say? Ready for a Friday? Here it comes. We will wrap up another work week and turn the page on the calendar. 16th day of February coming on here. Good deal, TGIF. So trust you've had a good week. Welcome in, welcome aboard. I'm Steve Summers. Of course, this is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio. All right, looking at clear skies outside the secret bunker. Not a bad night. Calm conditions. Kind of awaiting our next potential storm system. As we kick things off, travelers' weather around the country, there are a few issues. impacting travel tonight. Some wintry weather. System number 1 continues to pull out of the northeastern USA, which means we still have some snow showers, mostly light snow falling through portions of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, especially upstate New York. There are some bands of heavier snow. That's lake-enhanced snow. Pretty much sandwiched dead center. A line of lake-enhanced snow right between Watertown and Syracuse. About midway point between those two areas. So definitely some slippery conditions there. Other areas you'll find those spotty bands, snow showers here and there, extending on down into either northern portions of Pennsylvania. There's a couple of bands, pretty decent bands, north of Scranton, PA. Get on back toward St. Mary's. Let me zoom in a little bit more there. What do we got? Liberty, Port Allegheny, some pretty decent snow showers there. Things get quiet there from the Ohio Valley. Not much of anything showing up from Ohio all the way back into Iowa, where we begin to see system number 2 coming together. A system that will be bringing snow much further south than system number 1, which has been stuck right along the northern tier of the country this week. So as we head through the overnight hours, Thursday night into Friday morning, another system that will sweep across the Ohio Valley and eventually reach the eastern seaboard. That first Clipper system kind of laid the groundwork for this system number 2. Some colder air advancing further south into the plains in the Ohio Valley. Second storm rolling out of the Rockies as we speak to western portions of the Dakotas and Nebraska, beginning to reorganize further south over the Central Plains and the Middle Mississippi Valley tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning. As all Clipper systems do, they move rather quickly. Much of the limited moisture tap from the Pacific. Clippers are pretty quick hitters. Where we do see the snow in most areas, it's going to snow for 6 hours or less, so in and out. But where it snows heavy enough, you'll see a few inches accumulating. Exactly how far south this reorganization occurs tonight, that determines the track of the strip of 1 to 3 inches of snow with some locally higher amounts. Looks like commutes between Omaha, Nebraska, and St. Louis may be impacted as we head into Friday here. Travel may be impacted in the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic Friday evening into Saturday morning. Indeed, slippery conditions are likely in Cincinnati over to Pittsburgh Friday night as the storm rolls across the higher terrain of the Appalachians in West Virginia, Western Virginia, Western Maryland, and South Central Pennsylvania. Could see 3 to 6 inches of accumulation in that zone. Charleston, West Virginia, you're one of the bigger cities that may have to break out the snow shovels or the snow plows once again this weekend. Just think back where we were this time a week ago. Yeah, we were dealing with record high temperatures. We were looking at 60s, 60-plus degrees in these same areas where Old Man Winter makes a return this Friday. All right, looks like Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, Dover, Delaware, and Atlantic City. They're now currently in the path where maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow may fall. A small amount of accumulating snow might extend as far to the north as maybe New York City and as far south with maybe a wintry mix as far south as, say, Richmond, Virginia. It's the points in between there that we'll see the heavier accumulations. So the stage has been set. The lineup is before me. For those who are still following NASCAR, I know a lot of folks myself included, don't pay nearly as much attention as I used to NASCAR. It is always entertaining to tune into the Daytona 500. Be honest, we all tune in waiting to see who's going to be involved in the big one. It's pretty much the status quo for Daytona and Talladega. When will the big one occur? Early in the running, mid-race, or almost guaranteed in the final laps of the race. But this past evening, the twin duels, as they call it, the official Blue-Green Vacations duels took place, which kind of sets up the rest of the field. The top two positions were set with qualifying speeds, but will we see a Daytona 500 this Sunday? Maybe not. It may be Monday. Will we see racing action on Saturday? In all likelihood, the Xfinity race will not be a go, thanks to Mother Nature. Let's take you on down to the Sunshine State. We kind of delved into this last evening. Not a lot has changed. They're telling us still storm system's going to develop in the Gulf and kind of sweep across Florida as we roll into the weekend. First of all, the clouds will, and the wet weather ultimately will encompass the entire Gulf Coast from Texas to Florida on Saturday before the downpours focus primarily on Florida, especially Saturday night through Sunday. The Florida Peninsula as a whole is where the heaviest rain's going to fall. Most areas will see a general 1 to 3 inches of rainfall, so widespread impacts for outdoor plans throughout the entire state. Obviously, NASCAR gearing up for the Daytona 500, slated for 2:30 Eastern Sunday. The latest from AccuWeather, they say fans should prepare for rain and weather delays for many of the festivities planned this weekend. Rain likely to hold off for your Friday for the truck race. But Saturday's Xfinity Series race may be postponed due to the potential for rain much of the day and night, they tell us. If the storm moves out quickly during the midday hours Sunday, they may be able to get the track dried out for maybe a delayed start on Sunday. Of course, Daytona is, as we mentioned, outfitted with lights, so it could turn into a night race if the dry conditions do return Sunday afternoon. Nonetheless, temperatures are going to struggle to reach 60 degrees Sunday, so attendees, a warm layer of clothes under the rain poncho is recommended. If the race ends up being moved to Monday, we could still see a few lingering showers. Even if Monday turns out mainly dry, it's still going to be very breezy and a cool day. Afternoon highs only probably middle to upper 60s. I mean, a few degrees warmer than Sunday, but not really looking at the potential for severe weather in Florida. With the cooler air in place there, you're running a good 10, 15 degrees below where you would typically be this time of year. Either way, by early next week, it looks like the drier air moves back into the region. So that ends the soggy conditions. The one exception might be along the east coast of Florida, where we could still see a few stray showers continuing early next week. But yeah, here we go, Daytona, right? Every year, the Cup Series kicks off the season with the pinnacle event, the Daytona 500, the 66th annual running this Sunday, ? And like any big event, some unique quirks are part of all the build-up here. The most notable difference in the Great American Race compared to any other on the Cup schedule is how the starting lineup is set. 40 cars will make the Daytona 500 starting grid. 36 teams guaranteed starting spots thanks to their charters, which leaves actually just 4 spots available for open teams. Of course, we started with the single qualifying on Wednesday, where the 2 fastest drivers, which were Joey Logano and Michael McDowell, they secured the front row starting positions for Sunday's race. Also, the 2 fastest open cars, which turned out to be Anthony Alfredo and David Reagan, clinched a spot in Sunday's main event. Obviously, the remaining results from single-car qualifying set the field for the duels, which took place this past evening. Those are 60-lap affairs, the results of which set the rest of the lineup for the 500 itself. So obviously drivers with odd number positions on the chart from single car qualifying made up the starting grid of the first duel. Those with even number positions made up duel number 2, and they kind of made up the field. Every other driver inside, outside row based on the finishing there. Let me scroll down a bit, so I'm not going to bore you with the winners of the duels. Let's just go down to top 10 starting positions. Of course, at Daytona, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you could start dead last and easily win that race. You could start first and end up dead last, as we've seen many times over the years. But starting the grid, Joey Logano on the inside, Michael McDowell on the outside of row number 1. Tyler Reddick makes up the third starting position, followed by Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman, Denny Hamlin, Carson Hocevar at 9th, John Hunter Nemechek, 10th starting position. Yeah, you would go on down the field, but yeah, the Great American Race, Sunday night, Monday, when will it be? So for NASCAR fans, I know, anxiously anticipating the start of a new season. We'll get to some of our listening friends who's checking in out of the box on a Friday right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what day is it? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Friday, eh? Hello to Bidoo, checking in. Good morning. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Have a good weekend, everybody out there. Mary Ann says pretty much the same. Good morning, Steve, overnight family. Have a great weekend. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. It's round number 4 to Schenectady, New York. We're in Platkill right now. 36 degrees. My last round for the week. Getting ready for the weekend there. Safe travels this morning there, Larry. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a clear night, 47 degrees in Natural Bridge, Virginia. But we definitely have some of that white stuff on the way. Snow coming, everybody. Keep it shiny side up there, all right? Hello to Norman, North Central Kansas. Well, it's been a busy week. 5 trips this week. It's been a while since I've done 5 in a row. The Big Tipper is loaded, and we're headed to Wichita. 30 degrees, maybe a few snow showers this morning. Everybody have a good morning. Safe travels out there. Hello, Canadian Terry. Listening in at the Home 20. I'm officially on vacation. I'll be flying out Saturday morning to see the Daytona 500. Rain, stay away, he says. Everybody be safe, all right? Well, I guess you're prepared. Don't forget the rain poncho, and it's not going to be 85 degrees. It's going to be cool for Florida standards, but undoubtedly it'll be much warmer than it is at your home 20 there in Canada, right? Double R, good morning, Steve. Checking in, ready for Casual Friday. All right, everybody be safe. Have a great weekend. Miss Millie, hello, everybody. Have a great weekend. Get to your destination or your home safely and be blessed. I'm going to turn the lights out. It's time to catch some Z's, right? Good morning, Brain Dead. Hello, Steve. Happy Monday to me. We're at 51 Memphis International Airport. Just a heads up, if you're going through West Memphis and Crittenden County, and you have phone service other than Verizon, we've got a phone service outage here. They're telling us till sometime tomorrow. I did send you the DA of the Week nominees, and Dingbat sent her Hero of the Week, which I think it's a tie, as she sent both to you. Time to ride and deliver the groceries here. All right, so I think Dingback did share a bit earlier. I saw that post. If you've got like T-Mobile, Cricket, there was one other one, but yeah, Verizon is not impacted. Everybody else, the cell service is down for whatever reason. Must be a tower issue or relay issue, something of that nature. Copy the mail, 57. Hello, Pappy, TGIF. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. 33 degrees on the cruiser dash cam in the far side of southwestern Hamilton, County, Ohio. Just a hop, skip, and a jump, maybe a 5-iron shot to the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker buried deep beneath the Earth's crust. Let's go, hammer down, get this weekend started. It's 844-844-3388. That's the combination to hit and be part of the show. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Are you with me? What do you say? Are you with me? Hey, what day is it?
Hey, Becky. What day is it? Doesn't matter to anybody else today, does it?
Not really. So it's so what? It's a hump day for Becky. It's a Monday for Brain Dead, and for many of us, it's
Casual Friday.
Yes,
it's Casual Friday. I tell you what, I don't know where Chicken Little is, but he should be over here in eastern central Virginia saying the sky is falling. The sky is falling. Holy crap! I think I've just seen the biggest. Did we have any launches or anything tonight, or is there anything flying around in outer space that apparently is no longer flying around in outer space? Because whatever the hell it was just come down out of the sky, and I'm expecting to feel a sonic boom at any point. And
really?
Shake my windows.
A bright one, huh? Big bright one, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it reminded me of that thing that happened in Russia there a couple years ago.
Wow.
But it started out, it was probably had, let's see, if I put it up there, it's probably like a 4 or 5 inch, looking out the windshield. You put a ruler up next to it on the windshield, it covered probably 4 or 5 inches there at one time. Big yellow trail, and went from yellow to orange, blue to green, and then started fading away. But dropping like a rock, a big rock. I don't know what it was, Your Honor, but it was big. So I don't know. Maybe it was one of them UFOs there that the 5'7" guy talks about. I don't know. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe you can check into that. So,
yeah, I mean, how long ago was that? Was it just a short time ago?
No, it was within the last 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
this is it's fresh. It's still probably burning the ozone up there.
Yeah, it'll take a day or so, and then they'll probably have they'll show it from the radar, the satellite images, and all that. But yeah, it'll definitely hit the headlines if it was that bright.
Yeah, definitely. So I don't normally get to see stuff like that. Normally, I just hear about that. So they decided that deal out in Kansas City was altercation between some people that just broke out into a gunfight, huh?
Apparently so. So everybody, I guess their aim wasn't all that good. They missed their intended targets and just hit all the unsuspecting bystanders. Good job.
Yeah, gunfight at the OK Corral and got all the bystanders. But anyway, so And I guess the deal with Russia there is they got their satellite killing missiles that they're getting set up to be able to launch into outer space and take out all our satellites. So what does that do to the power grid now? Well, can that cause anything like that electronic magnetic pulse or something like that that'll come down and affect our power grid? You know, like Q-Ball was talking about the other night that shut the whole country down.
They're being rather tight-lipped about it. They're still not saying much. I mean, the White House yesterday did actually come out and admit, I guess that's what, all the hoopla was about when Turner, said something about a national security threat. They admitted, yes, it is in regards to Russia. It is in regards to potentially satellite killing systems, which that would impact our military readiness big time. But nothing to worry about, though. It's nothing that can actually destroy the planet. I think they actually said that in so many words. But, hold that thought. Updates on that all coming your way here as we roll into a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Russian President Vladimir Putin would rather see President Biden remain in office over a potential return of Donald Trump to the White House. Speaking to a Russian journalist, Putin suggested that a second Biden presidency would be more favorable for Russia, citing Biden's perceived predictability and experience. Yet another House committee chair has opted not to seek re-election. Mark Green of Tennessee, who currently chairs the House Homeland Security Committee, revealed Wednesday his decision to retire from Congress. Citing his belief that Washington is broken, Green becomes the fifth House committee chair to announce their departure from seeking re-election. Phoenix police have reported the arrest of a Detroit Pistons player following a pregame altercation that turned violent with a Phoenix Suns player Wednesday night. Witnesses told police that the dispute between Pistons player Isaiah Stewart and Suns player Drew Eubanks began in the arena's parking garage and escalated when Stewart punched Eubanks. John Schaefer, USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, would you looky there? Pappy said, hey, the two-time world champion manure hauler's in the house. Sure enough, there he is. Carolina Monkey Gouger, three-time champion meat hauler, and Hall of Famer in the house. Shout out to Malibu Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler. There you go, all right? Oh, yeah, Pappy, get away from that donut shop. Hello to John, TGIF Mr. Summers, 53 degrees, just north of the Choo-Choo tonight. I'm heading to the Sunshine State for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of outlaw figure-8 racing. I'm going to give a big shout-out to our driver, Billy Early, for some good luck. Cap and Ron, get ready. We're coming to invade your area. We'll see you down there. Wishing you all a safe travel down. Go number 8. All right. Figure-8 racing. That's crazy stuff. That's makes you sit on the edge of your seat. It is just insane. Who else we got here? Dingbat in the house. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 45 degrees. Had another nice day. Got the truck all cleaned up and organized. Got my groceries for my big trip out west. What a soap opera this past day with Fannie Willis and her lover. She did not do herself any favors, did she? No, she did not. I mean, it looks like she may be toast. It may be over for Fannie. Even MSNBC was alluding to that. When you got the left MSNBC turning on the Democrats, that's not a good sign, is it? Hello to Gunslinger checking in. There you go. Great to have you on board from Harrisonburg, Virginia tonight. Let's see. All right, several folks just kind of chatting back and forth there. I got an email from our friend, Brother Rambler, this past day. Kind of wondered why we didn't hear from him last evening. He explains, good morning, Steve, and all of our listening audience out there, our many affiliates, social platforms, Rumble, Facebook, and, of course, the Hot Shot Secret app promoting the program. As many of you saw probably on Facebook by now, old Brother Rambler did it again, but this time I've hurt myself at work. The outcome is that I've got a bruised quad muscle. I can barely stand or put any weight on my right leg. I'll call in another time to tell the whole story, how it happened, but in the meantime, I'd like to address a few things. Over the past month, I've had a lot happen in my life. The accident with the deer, my transmission going out on my Tahoe, my sister getting diagnosed with MS, my wife's heart not operating like it should, both of us coming down with COVID. It's a lot for one man to take all at one time, it seems like, but I want you to realize this verse, God's children. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him, but I will maintain mine own ways before him. He also shall be my salvation. For an hypocrite shall not come before him. From the book of Job. Now, I might not understand why all of this is happening, but one thing is for sure. My faith has not wavered, and I know that our Lord God is in control. Just because it's dark in this long, deep valley, there's light that guides me, and his name is Jesus. I'm writing this for Steve to read, not for you all to feel sorry for me. No. I'm writing this to let you know that even though I might not understand, God does. He is in control, and if anyone who is hearing this, please know, if you're going through something in your life, know this, God's children, that you're never alone. Jesus is right by your side through it all. Everybody stay safe. Have a great weekend. I go back to the doctor Monday morning to see if I can be released back to work. And, of course, remember this. Love is not just another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Take care, and God bless. Reverend Perry McDaniel, Brother Rambler. So, all right, for the man that prays for all of our listening friends out there in their time of need, a prayer is maybe due for Brother Rambler. But thanks for the update there. All right, back to horse feathers. Where'd we leave off there?
Yeah, well, definitely passing a healing thought to Rambler there and his family. Hopefully things can get on the mend and go on the upside here. So anyways, yeah, we were talking about the Russians being able to take out our satellites and what it might do to our electrical grid or our internet system that controls all of everything, as Q-Ball was alluding to the other night. And the thing, I mean, it not only controls your water, it controls your wastewater, it controls your electricity, it controls everything, and the internet controls everything in your life, and there's no mechanical override to any of this stuff. So when any of this stuff goes down, there's no mechanical way for me to just turn on a pump and load propane in my trailer. There's no mechanical way to run the wastewater treatment plant to clean the water that comes in, tries to come in from everybody flushing their toilets. There's no way to put the chlorine in the water out of the Ohio River to send water to your faucet so you can have drinking water. So at this point, if we don't have electricity and internet and computer, you ain't getting nothing, and you can't have nothing, and you can't do nothing, and probably all your traffic lights turn off and your street lights turn off, and I don't know. It'll be 2 to 3 days will be bad, and after 3 days to 5 days will be total chaos, Your Honor. Something straight out of a Hollywood, science fiction film that would be science fiction being reality. That's the truth. Escape from New York. Just watch the movie Escape from New York. You'll see where we'll be at in probably 7 days. It'll probably only take 7 days to get to that point, but we'll see how all that works out. But anyways, so I heard on your news thing there that they got something that they got launched off there that's supposed to go to the moon and land on the moon. So I guess, I don't know, is that kind of part of the Artemis deal too, or is that something beyond extra than that? All I saw was the headline, and I don't really know what the heck that was. Maybe Intuitive Machines Lunar Lander, whatever that is. Odie's the name. Odie. Huh. Wasn't there somebody had a dog named Odie, a yellow dog. What was the yellow dog named Odie, Your Honor? Forget whose dog was that. I can't remember now. Somebody will call in. Becky knows. She's out there. She's already got Googled if she didn't remember. She knows what it is now. But she knows her dog, so she'll know who Odie was. Anyways, what was that? Anyway, so we gotta watch Maryland for this upcoming election, Your Honor. I don't know if you've been catching this yet or not, but our former governor Larry Hogan, a Republican, is running for the Senate seat that your friend Ben Cardin is evacuating. He's another one that's calling it quits and retiring. I still don't understand how you retire from Congress. You shouldn't be able to retire from an elected position that you don't.
Right.
That is not. You don't apply. You don't put in a job application and say I'm going to spend 30 years as a. Well, wait a minute. They do spend 30 years. It's messed up. But anyway, so he's leaving. He's evacuating a seat, and we have our former Republican governor, who actually did work very well with probably a 70 to 75% Democratic state. So, we're right at this 49-51, 50-50, 49-51
correct
turn of events for the Senate. Well, if for some reason by chance we get a Republican governor out of Maryland, which I thought was pretty highly unlikely until Lincoln actually did put his hat in the ring, I think this might be a race to watch, Your Honor, because the Democrats don't have a strong candidate to run against them. So I'm thinking since the first time since 1987, there's a possibility of a Republican senator. Now, the only problem with this guy who will be the junior senator from Maryland is he despises Donald Trump. He's a businessman that went into politics to try to straighten out politics, but he doesn't like the businessman that went into politics to straighten out politics that was the president.
Right.
That could possibly be the president again. So I don't know. I don't know which side he'll be on when it comes to a lot of the decisions being
well,
made.
I mean, but considering the leftist leaning of Maryland, being an anti-Trumper would probably score him a lot more brownie points than actually getting, say, the endorsement of Donald Trump.
Oh, yes, that's very true. I mean, he'll do better without Donald Trump's endorsement. But I mean, if he gets elected and the President Trump gets reelected, I don't know how he'll work with him, in Congress to try to get things passed. Now, he did work very well the other way, so maybe he'll. He says he wants to do the best best thing for the country. So we'll have to see how it all plays out if it does. But I think it's going to put Maryland in the spotlight for this upcoming election. I really think it has a good possibility of doing that. So I don't know. Just keep our eyes open and see where it goes on. But they tried to press him on the abortion issue, and it looks like at least for Maryland, there is an issue that's going to be on the ballot about abortion, and there seem to be pushing that narrative yet. So I guess that's going to be where everything kind of falls in that. Which way everything goes is it does appear as if Maryland's really pushing hard on all this abortion crap again, and wants to keep that in the forefront of the spotlight of the election. So, but other than that, I don't know what else we got. Not a whole lot there. Just, I guess, be an easy, casual Friday. And what did Pappy say there about Monkey guy? 2-time world champion manure spreader. Is that what I heard?
That's pretty much, yes. 2-time world manure hauler. Yes, that's him. All right. Yeah, you mentioned the moon lander. Yesterday, lighting up the deep overnight sky. The Falcon 9 thundered away from Florida early Thursday. boosting a commercially built robotic lander on a flight to the moon. If successful, it will become the first American spacecraft to reach the lunar surface in more than 50 years. Now, we had an unsuccessful attempt here just a few months ago. This is SpaceX's second flight in less than 8 hours after the launch of 6 U.S. Space Force missile detection and tracking satellites that took place Wednesday evening. Yeah, also, a Russian space station cargo ship took off from Kazakhstan late Wednesday, Eastern Time. A launch scheduled for Wednesday of another Falcon 9. It was another batch of Starlink from Vandenberg Space Force Base was called off with no explanation. But the Florida moonshot brought a busy day in space to a spectacular conclusion with a picture-perfect liftoff at 1:05 a.m. Eastern Thursday morning. I wasn't even aware that was taking place, so we haven't heard from Philip to give us any updates. Yeah, I gave him a call, left him a message this past morning. Of course, I haven't checked my phone. I don't know if I've got a response or not. Where the hell's my phone? Thursday's launch went off without a hitch, and Intuitive Machines' Odysseus lander was released to fly on its own 48 minutes after liftoff. So if all goes well, the spacecraft will break into orbit around the moon and then descend to the lunar surface next Thursday, touching down about 186 miles from the moon's south pole. So unlike that last moon mission, which was, they were going to take nearly a month before they attempted to land on the moon, this will be coming up in less than a week. That'll be interesting to watch. Hey, we'll get back at it in 2. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so the official word we got yesterday, the White House confirming, yes, Russia has obtained a troubling emerging anti-satellite weapon, but did say it cannot directly cause physical destruction on Earth. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said intelligence officials have information that Russia has obtained the capability, but such a weapon is not currently operational. U.S. officials are analyzing the information they have on the emerging technology and have consulted with allies and partners on the matter. First, this is not an active capability that's been deployed, and though Russia's pursuit of this particular capability is troubling, there is no immediate threat to anyone's safety. We're not talking about a weapon that can be used to try to attack human beings or cause physical destruction here on Earth, he says. The White House confirmed their intelligence after the vague warning that came out on Wednesday from Mike Turner of Ohio. And there's still a lot of scuttlebutt going on about that there in D.C. Turner said he had met with White House officials, which I guess they did confirm that he met with them, but they never gave him any sort of a green light to divulge this information, to make it public. So that's where we stand. Well, the Grump on board. What's happening this morning?
Oh, not much. Yeah, how in the hell would they test that? I mean, I guess they got that kind of technology, but shoot one up in the air and see who's, how many satellites it can knock out and that kind of deal. I don't know. I don't put a lot of Russia, I don't know, man. I tell you, I don't know how in the hell they can afford to test so many things or create so many weapon systems that they have right now, unless they're getting a lot of technology from China. And I've always been under the impression that satellites are on specific, I guess you say, different frequencies. Mm-hmm. That like a lot of the digital things are today. Look at your cable system in your house. Your cable, one little wire can transmit 2 or 3 different signals through that one same wire, going to internet, going to telephone. Just one deal. You'd think that our satellite systems and things that are being developed today, I mean, that's not something that is new. You look at the weapon systems, look at Star Wars, that was back in the Reagan administration. Mm-hmm. And some of that was to specifically knock out satellite systems. You would think that this whole threat of knocking out, I don't know if it's a threat or just just Russia, rattling their chains a little bit, saying, hey, we have this capability. I don't know. It just seems to me like, Steve, anymore that Congress jumps on anything at all that they can latch hold of to create another campaign slogan or try to get more money for some kind of defense systems, and I don't know if I'd put a lot of faith into it or
mm-hmm.
not. But I was listening to you last night, and I heard 5-7 get on there, and he mentioned something about Joe Biden could possibly implement martial law. Didn't we go through that crap before? With Barack Obama, when everybody was saying, oh, Barack Obama's not going to leave office. He's going to implement martial law. He's going to stay right there. I don't know if people are that naive that they actually believe that garbage or what. It would never happen. It would just never happen. Since 1866, martial law that we've had in the United States has it's been implemented 68 times, but it's mainly for crowd control. We're pretty significant on what the courts have said about martial law and the posse comitatus laws and habeas corpus and every damn thing else. The thing about martial law, the concept that people believes is just it's crazy. All right, it's absolutely nuts. There is no real provision in the Constitution that any one body can implement martial law. It's assumed that the president can through the emergency powers, which he probably can. They've done it during crowd control for when they Johnson sent them to Arkansas, over segregation of schools, and this has been going on for years and years and years and years. Where this image that a president can just all of a sudden suspend our Constitution, and that's exactly what happens, under martial law. Mm-hmm. If that was possible, and the Supreme Court's already said no, it's not possible, but we keep hearing this thing being regurgitated every time there's some jackass in office running as president or is the president, thinking that somehow he has the ability to do this and just suspend everything, under his little rule of thumb. That would be adjudicated the next day, and he'd be he'd be thrown out on his ass. You're not going to stop an election, number one, because some president don't want to leave office. You're not going to stop hell, we didn't do it during wartime. You know, in certain targeted areas, they had martial law implemented, and it was the National Guard called in to help with crowd control and different things like that during World War II when they were doing the Japanese internment camps. They helped round up, you know, suspected Japanese infiltrators or whatever that was in the United States. But it's Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution, the privilege of habeas corpus. It shall not be suspended. And what that is...
Okay, so that's a good pause point because we're at the news break here, top of the hour, the habeas corpus. Back with more after this, rolling into a Friday.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. One person was killed, 20 more wounded, including children, during a shooting at the end of the Kansas City Chiefs victory parade. Officials estimate about 1 million people were downtown at the time when shots rang out around Union Station. 3 people were detained, with one of the alleged shooters being tackled and held by Chiefs fans, including Paul Contreras.
He got close to me. I got the right angle on him, and I hit him from behind. And when I hit him from behind, I either jarred the gun out of his hand or out of his sleeve, because as I'm taking him down to the ground, I see the gun on the ground.
The shooting is believed to have been the result of a personal dispute in the area, not an attack on the celebration itself. 3 people are currently in custody, although 10 were questioned. The status of the other 7 who were questioned is unclear. The U.S. heading back to the moon. The Odysseus lunar lander, nicknamed Odie, launched in the wee hours of the morning to try and make the first touchdown of a U.S.-made spacecraft on the moon in 5 decades. Odie set to attempt his landing on February 22nd. It's equipped with a camera system that NASA hopes will give the world an amazing view. Israeli special forces have entered Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis with what they are saying was credible intel that Hamas was holding hostages there. The IDF said they apprehended a number of suspects in the hospital, but the operation isn't over yet. Those sources were not specifically identified, but IDF said they did include released hostages with first-hand intel that Hamas was holding other hostages in the hospital. Hamas has denied that that hospital was a base of operations for them. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Climate activists dumped red powder on the cases holding the U.S. Constitution. That's displayed in the National Archives Rotunda in Washington, D.C. The 2 men posted a video on X standing in front of their mess and saying, "We all deserve clean air, water, food, and a livable climate." Dr. Colleen Shogan, an archivist, said that the National Archives Rotunda is a sanctuary for the nation's founding documents and that they plan to prosecute those vandals to the fullest extent of the law. Several people in Arizona called about seeing an alligator in the pond near their home. Turns out it was fake, actually made of styrofoam and put there by the Mesa Parks Recreation and Community Facilities Department in the middle of Riverview Park. They were trying to give turtles and birds a place to rest above the water because the turtles especially have trouble reaching the shore. A home built on a Southern California cliff is now sitting at the very edge after the latest strong rain and windstorms caused a rock slide. Inspectors say the multi-million-dollar Dana Point home isn't in immediate danger because it's built on caissons, steel structures with concrete inside them that's drilled into the rock. Everyone did agree that there's no major structural issue with the house. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Hope you've had a good week. You got a Friday coming on here. So get ready for the weekend, right? Yes, indeed. Here it comes. Hello, Steve, from Steve Thompson. Hello to the entire Overnight Drive crew and all the truckers that keep things moving on the highways. Let me see. Horse Feathers was actually, who had the dog name Odie? It was Garfield and John. Garfield and John, the owner of Odie and Garfield. There you go. Let's see. Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There you go. Double R chimed in. Steve, Mid-America has changed the truck parking. Don't know if you knew that or not. Yeah, I touched on that last evening. I did see that. A lot of folks have been sharing that. And I'm trying to recall and figure out. I guess there's a lot right across from gate number 1, they say, on Phillips Drive. Or have you done any checking into that, Grumph? You know where the hell they're trying to make the truck parking now?
Right outside on the just on the opposite side of Papa John's. There is that.
That's where it's been for all these years there at the Cardinal Stadium or what was Papa John's. It's they're moving it this year, so
they're not going to let them park at the stadium, I don't think.
Correct.
I read something about that, and I think it's going to be in that field right there adjacent to Papa John or Cardinal Stadium or whatever it is.
Okay,
is what I was looking at there, but or right there, gate 9. Now that's all the way around on that back side. I think me and Jimmy come through that way a couple of times there, and parked way over there on that one side there, and that was relatively empty parking there. I mean, they could hold all those trucks without much of a problem in that area over there. That's a big place, and you're driving around.
Absolutely,
it is big. So yeah, I wonder what happened over there. Just they get tired of it, or just I don't know. They had too much go wrong, too many trucks running over the fence and that kind of thing over there. I know one year they had, they tore the hell out of it.
Yep.
So it's, But no, we was talking about this. I heard last night. It always kind of gets on, kind of sticks in me when somebody starts talking about martial law. And they've always been two main rules of thought for martial law, and scholars have argued about it for years over who actually has what privilege or who has what power to implement any kind of martial law here in the United States. And any time that they do that, and one of the things that we have here is we have our Constitution, and that is, it's always been expressed in the Constitution that there is really no governing body that has the ability to bring in the military. Now, when you look at what's going on at the southern borders or at the northern border also, we've always had a buffer zone of 25 miles out from the border itself. In that 25-mile area there, your constitutional rights are actually suspended. And they've had court case after court case all the way up through the Supreme Court that's argued that, and they said, yes, your constitutional rights are suspended in those areas. Because you're seen as, when you come into the United States, as somebody who, number one, they have the right to search you, for whatever reason, your vehicle. If you don't want your vehicle searched, they can turn your ass around and say, we'll go back to Canada or go back to Mexico. Just that simple. We won't allow you in here unless you abide by these laws. Even outside, when you're stopped on the roads out in there, we've seen these border checks set up here, yonder, and everywhere. Out in rural areas and things, they'll ask if you're a United States citizen. You always got some smart ass. Are you? I don't have to answer that question. Actually, you do. If you want to, they'll take and cause you all kinds of problems. I mean, that's just a fact. But there's always, like I said, there's always been two thought processes of regarding, the declaration of martial law. And it's always been thought that the constitutional power would vest Congress to be the ones that could declare martial law, and with the consent of the president. And when I say that, it's kind of like, people think it's kind of the opposite way, but it's not. All right, the president under Emergency Powers Act can declare martial law in certain areas, and that what that means is they're bringing in the actual military, the active duty military. Now, why he could actually declare martial law on the border today. We've had so much of an influx of people coming in. It's been nothing but a modern day invasion coming across that border. So yeah, Joe Biden or Donald Trump or anybody could put the 101st Airborne or whoever down on the border, and in that process, they could give them powers of arrest or anything else, and that would be suspending habeas corpus. And so they could actually do that. And another, train of thought for the declaration of martial law was, it's never been actually expressed in the Constitution who has that right, or even if anyone has that right. Is there a specific body in Congress that can declare martial law? And the answer is no. It's not even in Article 9. It's not exactly expressed in there. It's just always assumed that the president has that right to do that under certain circumstances. But to get back to this, this person's going to declare martial law because he can and going to suspend the election because he wants to remain in office, that's the most asinine, idiotic damn thing I've ever heard in my life. And I remember back when Barack Obama, when he was running for, or when he was getting ready to leave office and Trump was taking over. That's all you heard in the damn truck stop. Hey, did you hear what? Well, Barack Obama, he's going to declare martial law. I said, right. Let me know how that works out. And you couldn't stand and talk to these morons about that because they got it in their head. They heard it somewhere. That they're in the coffee bar or wherever that's exactly what he had the powers to do. No, he does not. It's like I said, we went through wars and every damn thing else here in the United States during election periods and pulled them off without a hitch. That's just the way it is. Welcome to America. That's the true part of this of our Constitution is it guarantees us the right to vote. When the president, boom, he gets 2 terms, 4-year terms. Bye, get your ass out. If he's elected the second term, you're done. There is no more. There hadn't been any more since what was it, Eisenhower that did or I forget who it was. Anyway, did actually over 3 terms. But I'm not beating on anybody about it. I'm just saying, get your facts down before you make that statement. Understand it, read it, dig into it. Hell, read the court cases that's involving in martial law and see the opinions and things that some of these scholars, these constitutional scholars that do this crap for a living. I mean, that's what they do is sit there and read this stuff and interpret what we can actually do. And there really is no vested power of anybody in the United States that can declare martial law, but the president will. Congress can advise the president, say, hey, maybe we need to declare martial law, and in certain areas during certain circumstances. But that's just that's the way it is. But I don't know, man. I tell you, you look at this election right here, right now, and what's going on. I listened to a lot of the crap that was going on. How in the hell did these 2 idiots in Georgia pass the bar exam? I would question that without just listening to them testify today. That Fonnie Williams, or whatever the hell her name is, and her boyfriend when they were up on the stand. It sounded like the key. I was waiting on them to start poking each other in the eye like Larry Moe and Curly or something, and hey Mo, doing this kind of crap. That's how stupid these idiots sounded. She didn't want to give any kind of a dedicated answer on anything. I mean, it was just some of the most ridiculous crap I've ever seen in my life. Number one, I think she's done. I really do. I think after this, they're going to ask her to step aside, and I think the governor should pull her as a district attorney. I mean, this is clearly a political hack job that they're doing on Trump. How in the hell can you get the RICO Act, saying that he wanted to subvert an election, he wanted to steal, and she just come right out and said steal the election when the man asked the questions. The day that we cannot ask questions and question whether or not an election is legitimate, we're done as a nation, man. I mean, we might as well be one of these banana republics because that is enshrined in our Constitution that we can question these elections. That's why they have elections. If you're not satisfied with something or you see any kind of wrongdoing, and there was plenty of wrongdoing in Georgia, just like there were in Philadelphia or in Pennsylvania and throughout Philadelphia there. Hell, I've seen a dozen people at a party there up by Hazleton that lived in Philadelphia, and I was just watching. I watched that part on the news there when they was talking about that no one in that county voted for Donald Trump. And I'm sitting there talking to these kids. One of them was cop, and he said, that's a bunch of crap. We all live in that county, and every one of us voted for Donald Trump. I said, well, what the hell happened? I don't know. I'd damn sure be finding out if I was you, where my vote went. But it's, we're looking at it again. I've never seen more crooked people as far as the Democrats are concerned. Hell, they don't care. They'll dig them up. They walk by a headstone. Hell, he could still get to the polls. It doesn't matter. It's just one of these things, man, where, you look and you want to say, we have elections in the United States, but I don't think we do anymore, Steve. I think when we look at the amount of money that's spent on elections, billions of dollars, especially on the presidential election, they're estimating it'll be, over $2 billion this year, which is about what it was during Barack Obama's tenure. I mean, they spent so damn much money on these negative ads and stuff, and it'll start in July. It's never about what somebody will get done, in this country. It's always about what the other person won't do. And I am so sick of listening to that crap. Listen to Nikki Haley. If you want to see something that'll turn your damn stomach, listen to her when she steps up behind the mic. It's all about Donald Trump ain't going to do this, blah, 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 blah. That dumb ass right there, she's nothing but a warmonger, number one. I can't stand listening to her, about 3 minutes of it, and that's about it. You always look at, say, is she going to say something new, something we haven't heard? Nope. It's a regurgitation from the last election. That's all it is. Hell, they can mothball bumper stickers, by God, from years ago and dig them out. We want free health care. We want good health care. We want this. We want that. It's the same crap that our Congress could have fixed. If we can cough up $200 billion and send it to Ukraine and $100 billion here and $100 billion there, and then pay for all this green energy crap and all this other stuff that hasn't worked in eons, explain to me why in the hell we can't have medical that is cheaper. I just got another bill in for my surgery that I had. $26,000 right now. That damn surgery on getting 2 discs replaced in my neck is right at $300,000.
Wow.
And this was, we're talking 2 hours, and I'm looking at things like the discs that they put in there. These damn discs were $10,000 a piece. Just little bitty discs that went in my neck or $10,000 each. And it's you sitting there going, how the hell can you justify this? I mean, seriously. Well, there's a reason why. Number one, because we got almost 11 million new residents in the United States that thinks the damn emergency room is their doctor's office. So it's kind of hard for just the average citizen to get in there, and when they get done with whatever they're doing, whether it's having babies or getting their damn appendix taken out, they wave goodbye and away they go. They leave good old white, the average damn Joe here in the United States of America, the average taxpayer, to pick up the tab on it, and it's just this, hey, red, white, and blue bill here. Go ahead and pay it. We'll be back for something else. Meanwhile, they're calling the ambulance on that cell phone that Joe Biden gave them, and going back to their $1,000 EBT card or whatever the hell they got. I'm sure there's a lot of old people right now that would like to have a $1,000 EBT card that don't get damaged. That's still out here. And you look at these old people that's in Walmart here trying to, work and stuff. You think they're there just because they just want to get out and socialize with people? Hell no, they need the money. They need to, this Part B doesn't pay for their medicines and things. So they need the money. And here we got all these illegals flooding this damn place. And I'd like to kick every one of their asses back across that border. Every damn one of them, from the youngest to the oldest. I don't give a rat's ass if they all drown trying to cross the Rio Grande. When you don't have any respect whatsoever for other people's laws or other people's sovereignty, then the hell with them. They just come here for this, let's drop a baby over here. He'll be a United States citizen. Then I'll get my SSI. That's the way our system has been designed, and it just makes me sick, to see that kind of mess. Everybody in this United States right now, by God, ought to carry their fair share. They ought to work their asses off and look back on how they got where they are, and they ought to be United States citizens, or at least be legalized to be able to work here. And I'm not talking amnesty. I'm talking you do your damn time, you get in line, and you bring your ass over here the right way.
Right now, that's what the Democrats want to do right now. Let's automatically, when they cross it, you have a work permit, go to work, but that doesn't mean they're going to go to work. What were the numbers out of New York? They were expediting the work permits for thousands of those that had arrived in New York, and the number was literally like a handful of those individuals who that they had expedited them. None of them had checked in to actually get their work permits. Like, hey, here it is. Here it is. Jose, come get this. I don't want it. Yeah. Meanwhile, real quick, let me get to Fani Willis, Fulton County District Attorney. She might have done well to remember the old saying, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. If the events of this past day are any indication, the glass house of Fulton County's election interference case has been absolutely shattered. MSNBC has even admitted as much, seen in a clip from the X account ALX. In the clip, the legal analyst on MSNBC, Caroline Polisi, commented on the ongoing case regarding the alleged misconduct on Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and her special prosecutor, Nathan Wade. The case has been going poorly for Willis all around. First, she had to admit that she did indeed have a relationship with Wade. Then, yesterday morning, her former friend and employee, Robin Yardy, testified that not only was there a relationship during the trial, but it began as far back as 2019, not in 2022, as Fani and Wade wrote in their court filings. And Polisi said, don't let the legalese fool you. This is epic, she said. She then continued emphasizing the importance of these revelations, saying, quote, this is monumental. If things are going in the direction we think, Fani Willis lied to the court. It's game over for her. She will be disqualified. It's a huge deal, and I cannot overstate that. This coming from the MSNBC legal analyst. Donald Trump wasted no time sharing that news. Taking to Truth Social in all cap letters, MSNBC just stated, game over for the fake Fani Willis case in Georgia. Another scam coordinated with the Biden White House for purposes of election interference. Other users commented on the video as well. One user wrote, you know it's bad when MSNBC is turning on Democrats. With another user commenting, it's fascinating watching narratives get shattered in real time. Now, the final outcome of these cases, Willis and Trump's, still up in the air. But for MSNBC, of all network, for them, of all networks, to admit this, you got to say, is a huge deal. All this looking extremely bad for Fani. Further, they only lend credence to the idea that these charges against Trump are not about justice, but they are about preventing him from winning the next election. Which, of course, makes Trump look even better. We all know, not that he's perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it's pretty much becoming indisputable that he has been the victim, as he has said 1,000 times, of a political witch hunt. And considering the revelations this past day regarding Willis, you can't fault Trump for feeling vindicated. Either way, the evidence mounting against Willis is making her case against him seem less and less likely to go anywhere. It's not going to succeed. A quick update. I found my phone. I had to sit back and think, where the hell did I have my phone last? I had taken the wife to the doctor this past day, and I left it in the car. There it is. I did indeed get a response from Philip. Philip just, he said he got a little burned down on political talk. He said, I'm just taking a little break. I'll be back soon. Y'all be safe out there. So, all right, Philip's doing just fine. That was good to know. And I can see how you get burned out on all the political talk. We'll get to some of our Dumbass of the Week nominees coming up here. Looks like Senor Heatwave checks in right after this. A couple moments before we hit our news break, the inbred redneck shared with me, he shared a video, but it was a truck's fuel tank exploding this past day in a neighborhood south of downtown L.A., sending a fireball into the air, injuring 9 of the 10 firefighters who were working on that blaze, including 2 critically, according to fire officials. All 9 Los Angeles firefighters rushed to the Harbor UCLA Medical Center and were stabilized. One of the critical patients had to be intubated and airlifted to a burn unit at the Los Angeles General Medical Center. According to a trauma surgeon there, of the others who were injured, 4 suffered moderate injuries, 3 had minor. Frankly, it's remarkable that none of them are more seriously injured after watching the footage of what unfolded there. Most people should do fairly well. The driver of the truck escaped injury after noticing something was awry with the big rig's tractor and stepped away to call 911. This particular rig, the tractor, was fueled by compressed natural gas, carried in 2 100-gallon tanks, one of which exploded 6 minutes after firefighters arrived on the scene there. So I don't know, what's a 100-gallon tank of compressed natural gas? Apparently, that let off one hell of a boom, as they say. Big bada boom. All right, it's news break time here, 29 past the hour. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Russian President Vladimir Putin would rather see President Biden remain in office over a potential return of Donald Trump to the White House. Speaking to a Russian journalist, Putin suggested that a second Biden presidency would be more favorable for Russia, citing Biden's perceived predictability and experience. Yet another House committee chair has opted not to seek re-election. Mark Green of Tennessee, who currently chairs the House Homeland Security Committee, revealed Wednesday his decision to retire from Congress. Citing his belief that Washington is broken, Green becomes the 5th House committee chair to announce their departure from seeking re-election. Phoenix police have reported the arrest of a Detroit Pistons player following a pregame altercation that turned violent with a Phoenix Suns player Wednesday night. Witnesses told police that the dispute between Pistons player Isaiah Stewart and Suns player Drew Eubanks began in the arena's parking garage and escalated when Stewart punched Eubanks. John Schaefer, USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, plenty of industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Lots to cover on a Friday. First, Senor Heatwave, patiently waiting. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing better than I've been for the last 2 Fridays for sure. I don't think I'm going to have to spend the weekend in bed. Hallelujah.
Hoorah. I hear you. All righty. Well, let's see here. So we just got, 2 rednecks there in Kansas City that got offended. One stepped on another shoe and got stared at wrong, so they decided to blow the place apart with their guns.
Something like that. Yep.
Man, okay. Then obviously you've got two individuals, possibly 3, that need to be stripped of that right, or the privilege, I should say. Well, I guess it is a right because it is in the Constitution, the right to bear arms.
But these were minors.
But,
they said both 2 of them were minors. So I mean, not old enough to possess a weapon anyway. Yes.
I did not hear that.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time I heard anything was what y'all were talking about earlier in the show. So they're minors.
Yep.
Wow, that sheds a different light on the subject now, doesn't it? I mean, aren't there already laws on the books keeping kids from getting handguns?
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking here at the report.
I don't think it's a...
2 of the 3...
I don't think it's a lack of laws.
Yep.
I think it's a lack of enforcement of the laws.
2 of the 3 suspects arrested were juveniles, according to police. Juveniles.
Good night.
Right.
Well, that explains that then. all right, well, there, Biden, you want more gun laws? What laws are there going to be to keep these kids from getting guns? You've already got them on the books. Enforce the damn laws. And, you know, it would, like I said last night, what they need to do is concentrate on the, what did I say last night? The illegal means of getting these guns.
Right.
You know? So, anyways, my mind is mush right now. I can't think. All righty. So now we got the Soviet or the Russian missile platform in outer space. Well, I was listening to Jesse Waters on Fox News, and he was saying, from what I understood, he was saying that was another untruth. You know, they do not have a platform up there with nuclear weapons. You know, and when we heard about this yesterday, I was thinking of that movie Space Cowboys, where, you know, they look up in there and he says, holy crap, this ain't no communication satellite. This is an orbital, you know. I'm thinking it's something like that. Well, no. Apparently it was just something to hasten the request to get the money for Ukraine, for Israel, for Taiwan. So there really is nothing there. It was just a bunch of damn lies and stories. So, and it seems like D.C. is so full of BS and lies. I mean, you have to have hip waders just to walk around that place without getting none of it on you. Ted Kennedy, back in the 80s, when he was still alive and kicking, was talking about presidential elections, primaries, and the general election. And what disgusted me the most about what he had to say was this: it's just a game. And that has stuck with me. It's like, you know, if this is a game, then I really don't want to be part of it.
Right.
It's not a game when you have somebody or a group of people allegedly supposed to be there to represent the will of the people, making these rules and regulations and laws governing how we should live. I don't consider that to be a damn game. And, you know, and we keep saying, well, this is the best country, the best place in the world to live. Well, you know, sometimes I don't think so, because of the way things are going on in D.C. So, with that said, yeah, there was a point of contention last night after the show. We were all talking there each other, and Big Sexy got on, and he didn't sound too happy, and I knew Arkansas was playing Tennessee in SEC basketball, and all I knew that was that there was going to be a game between the two, and I thought it happened a couple of days ago. And someone asked him how he was feeling, and he's like, "Oh, not very good." You know, it just, it's like, well, you know, what's going on? And I just happened to ask, you know, how Arkansas did against Tennessee, and I mean, completely innocent question.
Yeah.
And you know, apparently Tennessee absolutely opened up a can of whoop ass on Arkansas. After Texas A&M had opened the can on Tennessee the game before. So I was like, well, I didn't mean to start anything there, but you know, oh hell, what's a college game between friends, you know?
Right.
So yeah, so what the hey? So all I can say is, Big Sexy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruffle some feathers. I actually had an interest in seeing what the score was. And you know, we call and talk to each other before the show, and we call again after the show, and hell, we'll even call each other on the weekends when you're not showing, just to keep each other, occupied and see what's going on. And what the hey, if someone else wants to get in and call the group up, talk to me, the Heat Wave, or Eskimo Mom, or Horse Feathers, or whatnot. I would just say give them my number, so they can call us after the show, and we can just go ahead and introduce them to the group, and the more the merrier, as they say. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind doing that, just keeping it open for anyone who wants to call. Just give them my number, and we'll chat.
There you go.
So, other than that, yeah, I think Grump pretty much said everything I was going to say. Is as far as different things go, and we pretty much talked about that Fannie Hill, Fannie Mae, Fannie whatever. It's good, but I mean, if folks can't see the ignorance that these two lawyers, in their answering to the questions, I mean, these were answers that they themselves would not accept. But they think that they're above a position to where they don't have to answer the questions. They can be like President Clinton. Well, what's the definition of it? What? I'm sorry. Just answer the damn question. You got yourself into this damn mess. Answer it truthfully, so you don't make a bigger ass out of yourself than what you're already now. How hard is that? And according to Newt Gingrich, or someone else, I can't remember, but I was listening to Fox News, they're saying either take it to a neutral site to let another DA look at it to decide whether or not it should be, or give it to the state Attorney General's office and let them look at it. I mean, all President Trump did was say, hey, let's do a recount. Let's see if we can't find more votes. And that's what they're going after him for. And then this idiot Bragg is doing a Stormy Daniels redo.
Anytime a recount is requested, the intention of the recount is the person on the losing end is hoping to find enough votes to turn the vote around. That is the intention of a recount. Last I checked. All right, Senor Heatwave, have a great weekend. Kansas City, the parade. We know a lot more now than we did 24 hours ago. It was a, quote, personal dispute. We were, everyone wondering, what was this terrorism related? Who did it have to do with? And I'm sure the mainstream media is probably not happy that it wasn't some mega Republican, right? A personal dispute between several people in the crowd that ended in gunfire, not related to terrorism. But additionally, 2 of the 3 arrested were juveniles. No one has been charged in relation to the incident yet. 8 of the victims hospitalized are in critical condition. 7 are in serious condition. The 43-year-old female that was killed during the incident, as we did know last evening, identified as Elizabeth Galvin, known locally as Lisa Lopez Galvin, a radio DJ, loved by many. To her friends and her family, we want to say we're with you, according to the police chief. The woman killed in the shooting was previously identified by radio station KKFI as Lisa Lopez Galvin, whose DJ name was Lisa G. She hosted the show Taste of Tejano. Now, the 22 victims, ranging in the age from 8 to 47. Half the victims are under the age of 16, a bunch of kids. Graves said, first and foremost, I want to stress that preliminary investigative findings have shown there was no nexus to terrorism or homegrown violent extremism. This appears to be a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire. Firearms were recovered by police, But investigators are calling for any witnesses, anyone who may have cell phone footage or victims of the violence, to call a dedicated hotline. We're working to determine the involvement of others, and it should be noted we have recovered several firearms. The incident, though, is still a very active investigation. But all this occurred right in the presence of more than 800 police officers who were in the building and nearby, including on the roofs of nearby structures. Yeah, this mess of mass shootings plaguing the nation. Parades, rallies, schools, movies. Almost seems like nothing is safe anymore. But yeah, 2 juveniles, where'd they get those guns?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When is the last time you heard a scenario where they're actually going to remove the tolls from a toll road? Seems like once you get a toll in place, they always find a reason to, well, we've got to extend it. Well, we need more money, and are we going to increase the tolls? Motorists who drive across the Lake of the Ozarks Community Bridge will no longer have to pay a toll beginning this spring. According to the Lake of the Ozarks Community Bridge Transportation Development District, the bridge, located near the 16-mile marker of the main channel of the lake, will be toll-free beginning April 30th. The development district expects to have generated enough revenue by the end of April to pay off outstanding mortgage bonds and other liabilities. Previous timelines anticipated the bridge would be toll-free in the year 2026, so they're 2 years ahead of schedule. Yeah, even that is amazing that they would say it's paid off. In-season toll rates are currently set at $8 for a 5-axle truck, $3 for passenger vehicles and motorcycles. Out-of-season tolls drop to $5.50 for 5-axle trucks and $2 for passenger cars. But located at the center of Missouri, the Lake of the Ozarks Community Bridge was built to link the east side of the state, St. Louis, to the west side, Kansas City, a key traffic artery for both tourism and local traffic. Toll-free as of April 30. How about that? So I'll get back to the calls here. Who we got on board? Let's see. I'm not seeing a name. Who we got?
It's JR. You hear me, Steve?
Hey, JR, what's happening?
Oh, nothing. Just driving here. Hey, I was going around Cincinnati trying to get on 71 North, and I seen that. It was real bright green. I thought, holy crap, look at that. First time I ever seen something like that. That looked pretty big to me, but it didn't last very long. About 2 seconds and it was gone.
So if horse feathers was all the way over in Maryland, and that's a long ways away. That was visible over nearly the eastern half of the country.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought, holy crap, it looked like it was right in front of me. I was thinking, man, it was bright green, coming right down real quick. I said, holy crap, look at that. First time I ever seen something like that.
Wow.
I've seen little ones come down, ain't nothing like that, but that was something else. I heard horse feathers talking about that. I said, holy crap, that's hard to believe. And he saw it. But yeah, I just want to call, let you know. The gun problem. You said there's been white kids that have done that.
I haven't seen anything about the race of any individual, red, yellow, black, white. I just all I know, 2 of them were minors.
Gangs. They're all in gangs. They steal guns. People leave guns in their car. Hell, cops leave guns in their car and they get broke into.
Yep.
I never understood that. You think if you're a cop, you take your guns out of your car. Hey, we've had that around Indianapolis all the time. But I don't know. They need to crack down on these kids. What they need to do. And that Russian thing, I'm like, heat wave. I don't believe none of that. I think they're just trying to scare people. I don't know. I don't believe none of that crap. So.
Yeah, the way they made
like
it.
That movie.
The way they made it sound, I mean, the reports, because they're not saying a whole lot, but it sounds to me like they're saying it is not an operational system at this point. Maybe they were able to somehow get a hold of plans. You got spies here and spies there. Somebody somewhere maybe leaked these plans for what was a proposed Russian system. Who knows? We may never know, right? But real quick, let's see. I guess Eagle should be on his way. Maybe are we headed to Daytona, or have things changed?
No, I told you, like last night, Steve, I got to deliver this load in Atlanta on Friday, tomorrow, today.
Okay.
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. Right now. Atlanta, not that far from Daytona. I'm trying to see what the weather going to do. Like I said, it looked like Saturday might be a washout, but I wasn't going to go to the Saturday race, no way. But Sunday, you were correct about the rain. On Sunday, possibly. It just depends on how fast that rain gets out of on Saturday. So it could go into Sunday. So like I said, they can run it. They can run at night, but if the track is too wet, it might be a washout. They can only dry the track up to a certain point. You already know how if it's raining all day long, you can't dry the track out even at nighttime. So they may have to postpone it until Monday. I've already talked to my boss. He said I could stay on Monday if I had to, because I don't want to drive all the way to Daytona for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, it might be a Monday race. It might look like it's being a Monday race. But, they had some action tonight, Steve. I want to talk about, I watched the dual races tonight. They had some decent action tonight for the first time being on the track. They had a big wreck. Almost similar to Dale Earnhardt. It's a good thing that they have the technology that we have now. This guy might have had the same result as Dale Earnhardt.
Really?
He basically hit the wall. He basically hit the wall the same way. Ryan Blaney, he got hooked at somebody, hit him in the rear of the car, and it hooked him, and he ran dead into the wall head on to 200 miles an hour. And, he like I said, they got the Hans device, and, that's what happened to Earnhardt. He broke his neck, because they didn't have, plus he had an open face helmet. he didn't have a full face helmet. But from what I understand, it mainly was because he broke his neck when his neck stepped forward when he hit that wall running 200 miles an hour. So the same thing happened tonight, and this guy walked away from the accident, basically the same accident as Earnhardt, and he walked away from it with not a scratch on him. But if you look at the crash, he hit that wall pretty hard, Steve. I mean, he was running at 200 miles an hour when the guy hit him in the rear, and I mean, he ran dead head on. If you look at the car, you can see the damages. He did some serious damage. So he got to start at the back of the pack. He got to trash his whole car, so his race is ruined. He got to go all the way to the rear of the field and try to work his way back with a backup car. So it's not looking good for him. But yeah, it was a pretty decent action tonight. You know, unfortunately, Toyota won the first race, and Chevrolet. I don't know what's going on. They looked okay. Yeah, they still running good, but they're not as strong as they have been in the past. So hopefully, we'll see a different result on Sunday, and somebody from Chevrolet get in the victory lane. But Steve, I want to get back to before I get to this shooting in Kansas City. I got to talk about Fani Willis, man.
All right, well then, hold that thought there. We'll come back. We'll pick up with Fani Willis, Fulton County, and much more.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis faces scrutiny regarding financial transactions and trips that she shared with Trump prosecutor Nathan Wade.
The reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that.
Yeah, he called his cruiser agent. I think they have his card on record.
Wade testified earlier during the hearing on Thursday that's aimed at deciding whether Willis should be removed from Trump's Georgia election case due to the romantic involvement with Wade. Willis admitted to lacking bank receipts, but claims she typically keeps cash at home and utilizes it for expenses. She previously dismissed all allegations against her as falsehoods. A New York judge is rejecting a motion by former President Trump's legal team to dismiss a criminal trial brought by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. The former president spoke at the Manhattan courthouse.
Everything that I've heard and read, even from legal scholars, said there is absolutely no case here. It's not a crime. This is not a crime.
Trump's accused of falsifying business records to cover up payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels in 2016. Russian President Vladimir Putin would rather see President Biden remain in office over a potential return of Donald Trump to the White House. Speaking to a Russian journalist, Putin suggested that a second Biden presidency would be more favorable for Russia, citing Biden's perceived predictability and experience. The Kansas City police chief reporting that the Super Bowl shooting began as a dispute among a number of individuals, culminating in gunfire. Chief Stacey Graves disclosed that 2 of the shooters are juveniles, and among the 22 wounded victims, half are under 16 years of age. Climate activists dump red powder on the cases holding the U.S. Constitution that's displayed in the National Archives in Washington, D.C. The 2 men posted a video on X standing in front of their mess saying, "We all deserve clean air, water, food, and a livable climate." This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Nikki Haley is facing an uphill battle in her home state and has begun to turn up the heated rhetoric against frontrunner and former President Donald Trump. Ryan Daniels explains.
Haley says former President Trump doesn't know what it means to serve.
The reality is he's never been anywhere near a military uniform. He's never had to sleep on the ground. He's never known how to sacrifice. And the most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. That's the truth.
Trump did come up through military school as a youngster. 2 new polls have the former South Carolina governor trailing former President Trump by more than 30 points in her home state, which has a primary coming up later this month.
According to a Justice Department report, the Federal Bureau of Prisons is accountable for the elevated rate of suicides in prisons due to a combination of recurring policy violations and operational failures. Out of 344 inmate deaths recorded from 2014 to 2021, 187 were attributed to suicide. The report highlighted instances where certain facilities fail to conduct the mandated mock suicide drills 3 times a year as required. President Biden slated to journey to East Palestine, Ohio on Friday, over a year following a train derailment that resulted in the release of toxic chemicals into the community. According to the White House, Biden intends to meet with affected residents of the Norfolk Southern train derailment and evaluate ongoing recovery endeavors. He's faced scrutiny for his delayed visit to the town after that incident. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
welcome back. Another hour rolling into a Friday. To which Eskimo Mom says, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Sorry for being late to the show, but I was on the phone with some of our listening friends. 33 days till spring. Got the regular run tonight. So far, so good. Looks like I may be making a special trip to Kentucky next week. My uncle, who was a Korean War-era veteran and a man of faith, went home to the Lord yesterday after dealing with failing health. Sorry to hear that. Are you? Clear skies, 34 degrees, rolling I-64 in Indiana this morning. Be safe. And if you have your parents, give them a hug. Hug them a little tighter next time you see them. All right. Hello to Cliff. Good morning. Roy on board this morning as well. Philly Dan, there he is. I wonder where you were. He said, woke up late. Haha, TGIF. Everybody have a good weekend. Now, Eagle was talking about the dual races this past evening. I scrolled back over to NASCAR, and yeah, it says Ryan Blaney climbed from his damaged flaming number 12 Ford, physically fine, but mentally at his wit's end. The defending NASCAR Cup Series champion was one of a number of victims involved in an 11-car crash, lap 48, in the second of the duels this past evening. As a result, Blaney, Kyle Busch, and select others will all be forced to use backup cars for Sunday's Daytona 500. Blaney was running fifth, single file exiting turn 4 when he pulled to the outside of William Byron for fourth place. Byron blocked, Blaney drove low, Blaney had a run, and Byron lost momentum. Byron's loss of speed, though, led to the drafting duo of Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski to Byron's rear bumper in the center of the track's tri-oval. Busch, who was simultaneously being shoved by Keselowski, the contact to Byron's bumper sent him sideways, clipping Blaney in the right rear, sending him head-on into the retaining wall. Luckily, it was the safer barrier. But this was the third consecutive race at Daytona that resulted in Blaney being hooked in the right rear with another significant wreck. So his frustrations were definitely boiling over. He said, I'm sick of paying the expense of it and getting right-reared from somebody's dumb push. So it's just frustrating because we do everything right. Then you have these guys just careless out there, shoving guys around. They just don't know when to let them go, and that causes wrecks. I just seem to be the byproduct of getting hooked in the right rear, which is never fun. But 3 times, a third time's a charm. Maybe it won't happen again Sundays. All right, Eagle wanted to move on to Fannie Willis. Welcome back.
Yeah, like I said, Steve, I don't know if you've seen that wreck, but it was a pretty hard impact by Ryan Blaney. He hit real, like I said, you hit 200 miles an hour. That's a pretty hard impact. So, but like I say, that's the way they want to race at Daytona. You know, like I say, even though I'm going to the race, I really don't approve of that type of racing. I think that they need to open the cars up and let them space out a little bit because you got cars running door to door, bumper to bumper, you know, all 200 laps. So, you know, mistakes are going to happen when you're running that close to somebody, and all it takes is just a slight bump when you're running 200 miles an hour to push somebody and somebody get loose and you got a big time accident. So, you know, luckily you didn't take out the whole damn field. You know, we seen cars running in first place and he get hooked and he end up taking out 20 or 30 cars, you know, because all the cars behind him, there's nowhere to go. So that's the way they want to race. You know, they got the restrictor plate. You know, that's the way they think it's the best way. But I think they can figure out a better way to race at Daytona, but they don't seem to think so. But yeah, let's talk about Fonnie Willis, Steve. Since I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, right now, this woman here, she resorted to the good old race card today, Steve. Fonnie, not that she didn't break the law. She said that the judge, the people, they're coming down on her because she's black. They treating her wrong because she's black. No, I got bad news for you, Fonnie. They treating you like that because you broke the law, because you trying to put a man in jail that didn't do nothing wrong. That's why they got you in that courtroom, because you a thief. You tried to steal money, the taxpayer money, $600,000, Steve, at the expense of the taxpayers in Fulton County, Georgia, brother. And she need to pay the price, Steve. She need to have her license suspended or revoked, and she should never be allowed to be. In that case with Trump, should be thrown in the garbage where it belongs. Shouldn't have never been a case to begin with. You know, with this RICO charges that doesn't even have a damn thing to do with Donald Trump. She's a joke, and the whole damn courtroom in Fulton County is a joke, Steve. It's embarrassing, and they still haven't come up with a decision. They said they were going to have a decision today on if she was going to be taken off the Trump case. What's taking so long, Steve? What more evidence do they need to realize that Fonnie needs to be taken off this case? Can you explain that to me?
I think it's going to happen. I do believe it will.
Well, it should have happened today. What more evidence do they need? This woman here, but like I said, she resorted to the good old race card, Steve. She's being discriminated against because she's black and she's a woman. Don't forget about that. She's not. She got both the categories going for her. She's black and she's a woman. So she got both excuses. But the excuse is not gonna work. She needs to be out of a job, Steve, and the case needs to go away. Just like all the rest of these cases against Trump need to go away. You know, this loser up there, he need to be concerned with them seven Venezuelans he let go last week. Fat boy up there in New York, Steve, he worried about Stormy Daniels' case. He worried about a bogus case with Stormy Daniels. We need to be concerned about all them Venezuelan boys that's running loose up there in New York. That's what he needs to be worried about, Steve, instead of Donald Trump in this Stormy Daniels nonsense. It's just one big joke after another, Steve. With this, all they're trying to do is roadblock Donald Trump. But they too stupid to realize this. I told you this months ago, Steve. With all the roadblocks they putting out there for Trump, all they doing is making the man more popular. They're basically making him like a martyr in his own damn country. A lot of people are saying, damn, if they treat Donald Trump like that, hell, they probably do me the same way. These Democrats are too stupid to figure that out. You know, meanwhile, Nikki Haley still running her mouth about Donald Trump and military on your breaks. She talking about Trump doesn't know what it's like to be in the military. Well, she doesn't know what it's like to be in the military either. So what is she talking about? Last time I checked, she wasn't in the military. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about. So she needs to be concerned with getting out of the race. That's the only thing she needs to worry about, because come next week in South Carolina, it's all over for her. It's been all over for Nikki Haley, Steve. She's gonna get blown out. That is bad enough she lost in Nevada against nobody. That's right. Nobody else ran against her, Steve, in Nevada, and she couldn't even beat them, an invisible person. So how the hell is she gonna beat Donald Trump in South Carolina, brother? It's all over. It's all over, Nikki. Like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, I got family that live in South Carolina, and I guess what? Ain't none of them planning on voting for Nikki Haley next week, and there's a whole lot of other people that ain't gonna vote for her. So hopefully she'll do the right thing come next week, and she'll resign. And as far as her endorsement goes, Trump don't need it, because guess what, Steve? She ain't got nobody following her no way. So Trump ain't gonna pick up no voters no way with her. Even if she do decide to say she gonna sign on with Donald, he won't even pick up no damn followers because she ain't got none. So you can keep those too when you get out of the race, Nikki. You can keep your followers what few you got. So that's how it goes with that, Steve. Because I'm fed up with these people that's trying to railroad Trump and trying to run the situation down the drain. We need people that's trying to make America great again. This is not a game, Steve. We got people in this country that are trying to eliminate, trying to hurt American people. These people are not playing games. This is serious business, brother. And these people are coming to America. You talk about these Chinese nationals. Who are these people? What the hell are they doing coming to the USA? Nobody from China should be allowed into this country, Steve, until we find out who the hell they are and what they are all about. Why are they trying to enter into this USA, brother? Because last time how can you seek asylum halfway around the world? Explain that to me, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
They say they coming to the U.S. Well, how the hell are you coming halfway around the damn world for a better life to seek asylum? You're supposed to go to the next country that's available to you. Last time I checked, USA wasn't the next available country to China. So these people got an agenda, Steve. These people coming here to do some serious damage. They coming here, they already talking about the power grid, the water. These people are coming here on a mission. They coming here, the Chinese government or whoever the hell sent them here, but they not coming here looking for, let me put it to you this way, Steve. They not coming here looking for a job. I bet you tomorrow morning when them boys get up, if they in the USA, I bet you they ain't going and looking in the want ads. I bet you they ain't on the internet looking for no damn job tomorrow morning. You can best believe that. I can guarantee you they ain't looking for the job tomorrow morning. So these people better find out. We already know that Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel. We already know that this guy here is basically a walking corpse. He's an embarrassment, not only to himself, but his country, Steve. That's how bad it's don't got with Joe Biden. He is stooped to all-time lows. And for him the word Donald Trump shouldn't even come out of Joe Biden's mouth, Steve. Like I told you the nerve of that guy to have the nerve to say that Donald Trump is responsible for the border crisis that we have in America. He ought to be ashamed of himself. The word Trump should never come out of his miserable mouth for the rest of his life. And by the way, Steve, with Joe Biden, when it concerns him, I'm still waiting for you, brother. When you going to announce that you going to have a debate with Donald Trump so you could talk about all the great things you done the last 3 years? I'll be waiting for Joe Biden to make that move, Steve, because he's accomplished so much in the last 3 years. He needs to get on the debate stage and show everybody. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle on Fire. If everything goes well, enjoy your trip down to Daytona. Hopefully, now they'll get that race in Sunday evening maybe, or maybe Monday, but he'll be there either way. All right, hey, it's already Friday. Have you entered to win the Big Rig Duo Pack yet? This is our Facebook contest. Go to Facebook and search for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Pull that up and then just comment Hot Shot Secret. It's that simple. Each winner receives a Big Rig Duo. I know we're supposed to be pulling a name today. This is our first Friday of the contest. I guess Mindy's going to pull that maybe later this morning. I'm not sure she's planning to share the winner on the Facebook page or if she's going to email me. I got to work that out. I thought we would have the actual name this morning, but either way, somebody today will be winning the Big Rig Duo. That's two 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminators and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's a $200 value. So very simple to enter. Facebook, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, then comment Hot Shot Secret. Good luck.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So Friday, this would be, day number 3 of the big National Farm Machinery Show that is ongoing. Louisville, Kentucky. Hot Shot Secret is there. Stop by. They're at booth number 2706. You missed it earlier this week. The facility is sold out. I mean, so yeah, it's a packed house there, but day number 3 should be a busy Friday, and Saturday, of course, things will be wrapping up. And if you stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth, they've actually got some free samples, giving out free samples of the, I guess you take your pick, the Everyday Diesel Treatment or the Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense while supplies last. But they also have 30% off on booth pricing there. So some great deals to be had if you stop by the National Farm Machinery Show. I did see, I guess, the truck and tractor pulling has been going on each night there. And some divisions are wrapping up. Others will be concluding here as we head into the weekend. But what a show. It is 844-844-3388. Lone Ranger. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I always wondered how Fannie Willis got her name. And today they showed her from behind walking towards the witness stand, and I got my answer.
Oh.
You've heard the expression, 2 pigs fighting under a blanket? Unbelievable. But if anybody's wondering why she has such a cocky attitude and such a militant attitude, your answer is real simple. She's backed by George Soros, and her father was a Black Panther. So you combine those two, and that's why she has the attitude. But the Trump attorney or person representing Trump's side, did you ever notice how Trump has the hottest attorney? She was a hot blonde with monstrous boobs, but she really messed it up because she asked Fannie directly about her sexual relationship with this guy. And instead of answering the question, she never did answer it. She picked up a bunch of papers and threw a tantrum and, talking about Trump and democracy and all this phony BS. But the attorney really messed up by not saying, okay, now that you threw your tantrum, would you please answer the question? Because the question would have made her look pretty bad, but she never answered it. But enough of the bad news. I'd like to share a couple articles, if I may. I think the audience would enjoy. Did you ever wonder why we have a leap year? This is a leap year, by the way. Did you ever wonder why we have that?
Well, I know that there's the time is off like just a fraction of a second every day or something like that.
Well, I'll run through this real quick, and then I have a couple other things. It says, why do we have a leap year? In fact, where did it come from in the first place? Why February 29th? Well, it's interesting because it is the only time we get that extra day.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem that it is overly helpful, and it definitely is not good for the person who only gets a birthday every 4 years. The question still lingers, why an extra day? The Earth takes a certain amount of time to go around the sun. With this, we count time as the Earth circles. Pope Gregory was tired of the calendar created by Julius Caesar, so in 1582 he decided that one orbit around the sun would take 365 days. The solar system, on the other hand, said it takes the Earth 365.24 days to make the trip. So now we had some extra seconds to contend with. It was then decided to just add the seconds to a day that only comes every 4 years. So the reason basically was to clean up some messy math.
Mm-hmm.
The chance of being born on February 29th is 1 in 1,461. Sibling rivalry has caused some rearranging of days and dates, however. February had 29 days and August 29 at one time. But July had 31 days, and when Caesar Augustus became emperor, he became ticked off because July was named after his uncle, Julius Caesar. So he decided to invade February, taking 2 days from it and adding it to August, a month that he had won many battles in, thus showing that sibling issues have always been a problem. You're a Pisces if you were born on February 29th and are one of the dreamers of the zodiac. You are caring and sympathetic. You typically enjoy helping others and dislike confrontation. On the other hand, you can be moody and emotional and don't like saying no to people. Now, the other article I like, this is a short one. This is on the topic of self-evaluation. So the audience can see if they relate to these personality traits. It says here, if you can sit quietly after difficult news, if in financial downturns you remain perfectly calm, if you can see your neighbors travel to fantastic places without a twinge of jealousy, if you can happily eat whatever is put on your plate and fall asleep after a day of running around without a drink or a pill, if you can always find contentment just where you are probably a dog. So,
sounds about right.
One quick joke here. One quick joke, if you have a minute. Two elderly gentlemen sitting on a park bench. They were big baseball fans. They go to all the baseball games, Sal and Harry. And they were getting up in age, so Sal looks at Harry and says, one of these days, we're pretty much on home stretch here. One of these days, we're not going to be around anymore. He said, I wonder if they play baseball up in heaven. So Harry says, I don't know. He says, I guess what we can do is which one of us dies first, we'll go up there and find out and try to figure out how to contact the other guy. So a couple months later, Sal happens to pass away. So Harry's sitting there on the bench, missing his buddy. And all of a sudden he hears, Harry, can you hear me? It's Sal. Sal, is that you? Yes, Harry, I'm up in heaven. Oh, I can't wait. Do they play baseball up there? I'm dying to. Do they play baseball up there? He says, well, Harry, I got good news and bad news. Yes, they do play baseball up in heaven. But next Friday, you're on the schedule as the pitcher. And that's all I got.
There you go.
USA News Update. Sex and money takes center stage in the hearing regarding the potential removal of DA Fani Willis from Donald Trump's Georgia election case. A Trump co-defendant alleges that Willis financially benefited from hiring Nathan Wade, who allegedly treated her to luxurious vacations. Wade claims that Willis contributed financially, but lacks deposit slips to substantiate the payments. The Kansas City police chief reports that the Super Bowl shooting began as a dispute among a number of individuals, culminating in gunfire. Chief Stacey Graves disclosed that 2 of the shooters are juveniles, and among the 22 wounded victims, half are under the age of 16. Researchers have detected additional water in outer space. Utilizing data from a retired NASA mission, scientists identified water on the surfaces of 2 asteroids. The Southwest Research Institute reports this marks the inaugural discovery of water molecules on an asteroid's surface. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Somebody say something about a Dumbass of the Week nominee. We got a couple. I guess this one, gotta share this one, seeing as not only did Brain Dead send this my way, Eskimo Mom forwarded this to me as well. It was actually from across the pond, London. I guess it could happen anywhere. Police in England say a drunken driver did the right thing, well, after doing the wrong thing. Dispatch received an unusual call. A motorist reported he was driving drunk, said he doesn't know what he's doing, said he had a rough weekend. Man calls the police to report that he is a drink driver, police said. That's the British term for the offense. It's not every day this happens. When officers arrived, the 52-year-old was in a van on the side of the road. Breath test revealed he was 3 times over the legal limit. He was arrested, held in custody, or released after being charged with drunken driving in the magistrate's court. But I guess the idea would be if you realize you've had too much, wouldn't you call like a family member, maybe a friend, to say, hey, can you come maybe pick, you call the cops? And there's one other from that side of the world as well. A young driver who had just earned his license, losing his license for 30 days, literally 10 minutes after receiving his license. He was clocked doing 131 kilometers an hour in a 50 zone. York Regional Police released the video on X of the exchange between an officer and the driver after he was pulled over. The driver tells police he had just got his license 10 minutes earlier. I thought this was a 90-kilometer-an-hour zone. I have no excuses, the driver tells the officer. Car belongs to my dad. I have a clean record, he says. Well, not today, the officer replies. That's crazy speed, man. At one point, the driver asked if he can get back to his car. Officer said no. Car was impounded, so he was doing 131 kilometers an hour in a 50-kilometer-hour zone. Well, I thought it was 90. Even if it was 90, you're still 40 kilometers an hour over the limit. Youngster? Okay. 5-7, hey, what's going on?
There, by the grace of God, go I in my youth. Red 57 with belly gold flames on it, around the front. Okay, I want to answer something here about my scenario. Remember I said, because somebody left out the first part of that, I'm comparing the evidence that I see. We've got illegals coming across our border, many Chinese military-aged men, and we are facing a China that's planning on taking Taiwan. Where we know that other nations are in with that. We know that Iran has got the money now to buy plane tickets. You know, that the old scenario, we're over there killing their families so they don't come over here and killing ours. So now they got plane tickets. Mm-hmm. You know, they can afford to send these guys over here. All right, now I brought up the evidence that one year we had forest fires in the Northwest, and they had proof that these fires started about the same time, and they all ended up major destruction, major Correct. Fires. At the same time, we had all over the East Coast, I guess, you had people shooting at these power transfer stations. Then we find out it takes about 3 years to get one replaced. Okay, there you go. All right, let's go now. That sets us up here for an attack. When China goes after Taiwan, Russia does whatever it's going to do, and then Iran actually goes full-blown attack on Israel and whatever. At that same time, you let these sleeper cells loose,
right?
And they start blowing out transfer stations. They start starting fires. They go after anything and everything. And all I got to say, our Constitution's going to protect us. Well, that argument was good. And I think, I'm 66 going on 67. And I understand that argument in 1974. Yes, in 1984, it's getting shaky. 94 is getting real shaky. But I guarantee you right now, I want to say, our Constitution did not protect us from Joe Biden locking down the country. They were chasing people down at the beach, out on a surfboard in California, and arresting them. They were going after a father in Colorado who was throwing a frisbee to his daughter in his front yard. Lockdown, arrested him in front of his daughter. Kentucky, are going in and taking tag numbers at a church. People having church. By the way, that's a constitutional protected activity too there, buddy. You know, freedom of assembly. And they weren't even breaking the lockdown. They were in different cars. All right, you go right across over here in Edisto. They were going after people down here. You actually had college students attacking people that wasn't wearing a mask. And I'm telling you, yes. All right, who can go on? It was explained, and I appreciate it. First off, the Congress has to come in with martial law. But then the president has to. Then he crisscrosses his own argument, saying nobody really knows. Well, we already had that practice. that lockdown was as good as martial law as you could get. The only thing that blocked them from that was conservative states, Florida and South Dakota, and different states that didn't go along with it. But all right, we can't stop we can't stop an election. We can't stop an election. Well, if you're blowing out these power plants and get enough of them, how are you going to have an election if you don't have any power? Oh, we'll just fire up the generator, and hopefully Horse Feathers can load his truck at the fuel station that's shut down. Maybe he'd be out there with a hand pump, putting diesel in his tank. I'm telling you, in his time, in his argument, yes, because we had Democrats that loved our Constitution and our country. Obviously, Joe Biden was told by our courts have protected us. Joe Biden was told, no, you can't forgive student debts. He turns around and forgives student debts. They don't care. The people in power right now don't care about our Constitution. They don't care. They only use it to their benefit. They don't care about the courts. Obviously, we're seeing this. I mean, how do you justify them taking Donald Trump's wealth without him allowing him to have any kind of defense at all? What Constitution is in that? So, yeah, I appreciate the education, but I'm also passing on what I see. I ain't listening to nobody except for Steve Summers' Overnight Drive, where I get my information, and some reels, and Glenn Beck or Sean Hannity, some of them, I can pick up some things here. But I'm telling you, when I put it together, I can see a scenario. But sorry, your argument's mute, because you know what? Your whole argument, and I agree with you, I wish it was our world today, but it was our Constitution's going to save us. Buddy, people we got in there right now don't care about our Constitution. So they're wanting that one world government. So, and I love you, period. And, what can I say any more than that? So pray that it don't happen, but hey, they're here for a reason. And just pray that we're ready. I've got my canned food. I'm doing what I can. Hey, I got a well. I can drop a pipe down the well and use a hand pump. I don't have a septic, or I don't flush into a sewer system. I have a septic. So, shoot, I can flush a toilet with a gallon jug. Other than that, I appreciate his phone call. I hope I don't deter him from calling, because I enjoy his phone call greatly.
You make some valid points. As far as the Constitution, yes. I mean, we all just lived through. Was that a constitutional crisis where our Constitution was being trampled on day after day after day? Valid point. All right, on to real quick, back to trucking industry headlines. We've got this committee looking into predatory lease deals, right? As part of the congressional directive to take a deep dive into these lease purchase agreements and the impact on owner-operators and trucking businesses. The feds are turning to the truckers. The FMCSA will open a 30-day information collection request comment period to actually collect lease purchase agreements starting today, Friday, February the 16th. Show us your agreements. That's pretty much what they're wanting to say. And they want to see the fine print of some of these lease purchase deals out there. Are they predatory? We're going to examine the terms, conditions, the equitability of common truck leasing arrangements, particularly as they impact owner-operators and trucking businesses subject to such agreements, according to the information collection request. In order to take a closer look at leasing agreements, the FMCSA is requesting truckers to submit lease purchase agreements for the task force to review in advance of their next meeting. We request information from the public, including commercial motor vehicle drivers, to assist the agency's truck leasing task force in reviewing these leases to identify terms and conditions that may be unfair to drivers. So they're pretty much fishing for information on leasing arrangements that truckers either have knowledge about or maybe have personally experienced. They actually have a list of specific questions developed by the task force. They're seeking input from individuals who have leased trucks via a lease purchase agreement, and in particular, they are requesting copies of lease purchase agreements and all other financial documents associated with your lease agreement, terms of the lease, whether it was weekly or monthly, payment structures, the start date, completion date, your truck information and maintenance responsibilities, things of that nature. What organization the lease purchase agreement was with, for example, a motor carrier, or was it a third party? How the arrangement was marketed to you. What truck values, earnings, and work conditions were explained to you. Did you undergo a credit check? Whether you know of other drivers that are entering similar arrangements. They also noted they want drivers to share how well they understood the terms of the agreement and whether you had any actual real negotiating ability during the signing process. 3 of the questions outlined in the notice focus on the most common problem with these deals: the ability to successfully complete them. They want to hear whether drivers were or not able to complete the terms of the agreement and taking ownership of the truck. The notice also seeks information on back payment collection attempts and strategies the leasing companies and motor carriers might use. The final item on the list asks about the impact of the lease purchase agreement on your personal finances, livelihood, and your family's well-being. What kind of impacts? I mean, a lot of drivers say they've entered these deals and just pretty much destroyed their credit, some say it destroyed my damn life, All right, it's 844-844-3388. At least they're finally taking a look at it, right?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Get back to the calls here. Friday, TGIF. See what's going on with Pup. What's happening out there?
Oh, not much. It's a pretty nice night to be driving. So, Hey, I know you like to keep it casual on Fridays, but did you hear who got arrested today?
No, I can't say that I did. Who?
Yeah, you know that document that Comer was after? That one that the FBI paid that informant hundreds of thousands of dollars for, about the Bidens taking that $5 million apiece bribe?
Mm-hmm.
He got arrested today for supposedly lying to the FBI. Isn't that something?
How about that?
No,
Interesting.
But another thing, if you have a couple hours this weekend while you're kicked back drinking a beer, listen to January 14th and 15th of Dan Bongino's show. In between him and his informants and some investigation journalists, they have pretty much uncovered all of this corruption about this Russian gate and all of that, the Bidens and everything. And this leads all the way back to when Bill Clinton was president. And then when Hillary Clinton was in the State Department.
Secretary, yeah.
And Secretary of State, yes. But you remember the uranium deal she made and how much money Bill Clinton was getting paid to make speeches in Russia?
Absolutely.
And stuff. All of this from Donald Trump and his house in Mar-a-Lago getting raided. There is a 10-inch binder that they're looking for that they can't find. That this Jennifer, I believe her name's Hennessy, I believe, she's the head of the CIA now, but she was in the London office at the time before the election, and she was part of getting that Steele dossier together, and Christopher Wray was involved in it. And if you notice, those are the only two out of the Donald Trump administration that still have jobs. But it's real interesting how he has put that all back together, and it even leads into those hypersonic rockets or missiles that they're saying Russia and China have.
Right.
One of those speeches was given in front of a technology place in Russia, and when Obama was president, he shelved the hypersonic missile program because he was cutting the military's budget, and those plans somehow got to that technology department over there in Russia, because those were originally our plans, but somehow China and Russia got them. And all of this is linked together. You would really like it. They're about 1 hour a piece podcasts, but Dan Bongino would not be putting that out unless it was actually right.
Right,
so
right.
I think up and stuff. So, but Donald Trump is the one that actually appointed that Jennifer lady out of London to be the chief of the CIA. Now, who in the world hoodwinked him into doing that when she was the one that was the instigator of the Steele dossier? He got hoodwinked in on that one, but you'd find that really, really interesting. Him and his team have done a lot. I imagine Pappy's probably heard this, and he can explain it better than I can.
I'm pretty sure.
You'd
I mean,
really find that interesting.
I think Pappy catches Bongino pretty almost on a daily basis when he can. Yes.
Yeah, you'll like his podcast because it's nothing like his radio show. I mean, he lets all kinds of words fly that would get you fired. So. On his podcast, man, he really goes at it. But I'm just letting you know I'm still out here listening, and you'd find that very interesting if you get a chance to listen to it. But other than that, I don't have much for you. And you have a nice weekend, and we'll be listening there Sunday night.
All right. Let's
catch you later.
Hope all goes according to plan, and we'll be right here. Yes, indeed. Looks like we are rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. If we are looking for answers to the question, have the attacks on the Houthi rebels deterred them? Have they prompted Iran to stop supporting them? I guess the unequivocal answer is hell no. U.S. forces intercepted an Iranian vessel packed with missiles and drones bound for the Houthi rebels, according to the Pentagon this past day. The seizure in the Red Sea marked another instance of Iran's support for the Houthis in these maritime attacks. The operation, reminiscent of a previous January mission where 2 Navy SEALs perished trying to board an Iranian ship, resulted in the discovery of over 200 packages containing various weapons and equipment, including ballistic missile components, explosives, anti-tank guided missile launcher assemblies, along with other weapons and equipment. This is yet another example of the Iran's malign activity in the region, according to the commander of U.S. Central Command, emphasizing Iran's violation of international law and their continuing threat to maritime security. Obviously, yes, the Houthis, backed by Iran, have launched numerous attacks, drones, missiles, dating back to October. So there you go. Update. Let's get news break in here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves says the shooting that happened in Kansas City at the Victory Parade for the Chiefs was a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire. Graves adding that 2 of the victims are juveniles and over half of the 22 victims are under the age of 16. 1 person was killed as the gunfire broke out on Wednesday. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner is sounding the alarms about a serious national security threat, demanding that President Biden declassifies documents that have been made available to Congress. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says the threats are related to an anti-satellite capability that Russia's developing.
There's a lot of things the satellites do for the whole population of Earth. And so any capability that could disrupt that and that could therefore have some impact on services here on Earth and across the world should be of concern to anybody, I think.
Nikki Haley is continuing to face an uphill battle in her home state as she began to turn up some of the rhetoric and comments against frontrunner and former President Donald Trump. Ryan Daniels has the details.
Haley says former President Trump doesn't know what it means to serve.
The reality is he's never been anywhere near a military uniform. He's never had to sleep on the ground. He's never known how to sacrifice. And the most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. That's the truth.
Trump did come up through military school as a youngster. 2 new polls have the former South Carolina governor trailing former President Trump by more than 30 points in her home state, which has a primary coming up later this month.
Retail sales in January dropped by 8%, which is well over the expected 3% drop. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden will be traveling to East Palestine, Ohio on Friday, the location of the Norfolk Southern train derailment that took place in early February of 2023. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre commenting on the president's trip, saying that he was invited by the town's mayor.
The president's going to hear directly from the people of East Palestine. This is a trip that he has been wanting to make, but wanted to make sure that it was the right time to do. Obviously, when the derailment happened, the federal agencies were on the ground within hours, and many of them have continued to be there, whether it's the EPA or FEMA.
The United States has waited 50 years to do it. Here's Corey Myers with the details.
The U.S. heading back to the moon. The Odysseus lunar lander, nicknamed Odie, launched in the wee hours of the morning to try and make the first touchdown of a U.S.-made spacecraft on the moon in 5 decades. Odie set to attempt his landing on February 22nd. It's equipped with a camera system that NASA hopes will give the world an amazing view of that landing.
Autonomous vehicle owner Waymo is recalling a previous version of its software that was used in its driverless cars. The recall, which was announced by the company earlier this week, stems from an incident in December when 2 self-driving Waymo vehicles in Arizona crashed into a pickup truck that was being towed. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operations durability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Anybody get out and take advantage of half-price chocolate yesterday? Right, day after Valentine's Day. I mean, 50% off. What the hell? So I was able to restock the secret bunker with York peppermint patties. Got me some Reese's. Well, it's actually a Reese's Hearts. But good deal. The only thing is, these little bags that I swear 2 or 3 years ago would have been $3.50 a bag originally were like $7 a bag. So half price is still $3.50 a bag. Like we're talking like 9 ounces, just over a half a pound. Are you kidding me? Anyway, welcome back another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Roy sent me the link here. In this day and age, yeah, I thought, years and years ago it was a big thing, right? Cockfighting. Officials in Texas made multiple arrests and rescued 170 roosters. And what they said was one of the largest cockfighting busts in the state's history. Over the weekend, deputies with the Potter County Sheriff's Office apparently came across a cockfighting event with about 50 spectators just north of the Amarillo city limits. Multiple agencies responded to the event along with the Wild West Wildlife Rehab Center and volunteers. Officials said 170 roosters found at the scene. A number they said is unprecedented. This is one of the biggest ones we've ever seen in the state of Texas. Normally, a normal cockfighting ring is maybe 15, 20 birds, according to the sheriff's office. Of the 170 roosters, 13 had to be euthanized. The cavity of the bird was sliced right open. We can see organs and the inside. You can see that they were defeated. And they were not trying to fight. They were just in so much pain. They were suffering. Cases have been filed regarding the surviving roosters, so their fates will be left up to the courts. 3 people taken into custody. All right. Ivan Guadalupe Lopez, Salvador Sanchez Chavez, arrested on cockfighting charges. Juana Sanchez Gonzalez, arrested for possession of a controlled substance. Several of them were illegally in the United States. Surprise, surprise. Those people were turned over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement and are awaiting deportation. The spectators are also facing consequences. Every person that was out there received a Class C misdemeanor ticket. It is illegal to witness or watch a cockfighting event. Authorities said anyone who's aware of a large gathering with evidence indicating cockfighting activities, such like a large amount of chicken coops or anything that shows images of fighting roosters, should know they may be in the vicinity of a cockfighting event. You should report it to authorities. Wow. Okay. Even in this day and age. Morning, Brain Dead. How are we starting our new week?
Oh, peachy keen, Steve. I got to go back through the black hole. I mean, the no cell zone here on my way back from Jonesboro. Go figure. You tell dispatch, hey, Crittenden County is without cell phone service. AT&T, Verizon, but AT&T, T-Mobile, and Cricket. And they're like, okay, well, the only thing I got available is go to the hood and go up to Jonesboro. Crap. Okay. See ya. So I got to go back through all that mess. But
Yeah.
you know, it's funny. You know, on that Facebook, people are whining, complaining, and moaning because they don't have cell phone service. And I was sitting here thinking, you know, now Steve, you're in the 70s. You grew up in the 70s, right?
Sure.
I grew up in the 80s, way before they had cell phones. Gee, have you ever stopped and thought of what we did before cell phones? You know, it's bad enough we have all these game systems and whatnot. Hey, I went out and played in dirt. I imagine, Steve, you probably ate some dirt too, just like I did, you know. I mean, it was a total different world and time back then that we've lost touch with. So, but yeah, and the interesting thing about cell phones, a friend of mine that I grew up with was telling me that the cell phone towers are not like how they were. They were 13 miles apart. If you ever see the little antenna on the telephone pole, that is the 5G antenna. And they space them about 2 miles apart, and they run fiber optically to the tower, the main tower that gets the signal out.
Yeah.
And they want these people on Facebook that where we live in West Memphis, they want another tower. AT&T and Verizon are not going to put up another tower just because of your convenience. You know, it's like you have to wait until things are done, and they're upset because well, there's an outage. Why weren't they told ahead of time? Yo, lady, it's a computer. It's going to go down if it's not maintained. You know, it's like, can we not figure this out? So, but yeah, I mean, he was telling me. He said, how much to put up one of those cell phone towers is a minimum of $500,000. And back in the day, back about 5 or 6 years ago, and I've seen him, they were upgrading from the 4G to the 5G. And he said they were running 7G in like Japan and Korea. And all the Asian countries, they're running up to 7G right now. So, but yeah, I heard that Senor Slacker there. We need to have a talk with him. You know, it's funny enough. Last week we played A&M, and we got our butts handed to us. And then we played Arkansas. Tennessee did, and he's sitting here like poking the bear. I guess he forgot what comes up next month. There, Heat Wave. You know, we have March Madness, which anything can happen, right, Steve?
Absolutely.
So, you know, let's just say the Big Orange decides to come back and stomp them little Aggies away again. But, you know, it's just a weird thought because, you know, A&M and South Carolina have been overlooked all season because they're not traditionally a basketball school. They've been mainly football. Like Alabama was last year. Alabama threw everybody by surprise. But you're talking about those lease purchase agreements. You know, like I said, I can't find any of my records. Otherwise, who was asking for those, FMCSA or was it OIDA?
Who was asking for what now?
The lease purchase agreement. Like if you had a lease, a lease purchase.
The FMCSA. That's their task force looking into the predatory lease programs.
Hold on a second. Let me keep from having this heart attack. You know, the government is actually stepping up and doing something.
Well,
I mean, Steve, how long have we been talking about this?
Right.
I mean, it's been going on a long time, and I've done 2 of them. The first one was like I went down to the bank and finance, but I had to give the truck back because my mother passed away. Because when you're doing those, you're on the road constantly. You're not going home every weekend.
Uh-huh.
And the second one I did, I got burned, and I got burned badly. You know, I should have read the fine print. Yeah, I should have done it. But, you know, I paid my stupid tax. I did away with it. I was able to recover financially because they'll talk it up and they'll sucker you in. It's like worse than used car sales. But they don't tell you that you'll start off running your butt off, and by the end of the lease, you're starving. You're literally worse than ramen noodles starving. I mean, and of course, they're not going to tell you that up front. You know, and there are drivers that have done it, been successful, completed a whole lease purchase. I remember Yoda had one of them, but they're geared for the company, Steve. But oh, by the way, did you hear Bill Belichick got him a job, Steve?
I must have missed that. No, what's he going to be doing? Janitor or what?
Oh, yeah. He got him a job at the Super Bowl of all places, Steve. Would you like to know what he was doing?
Lay it on us.
He was working the concession stand. Vitamin.
There you go. And 16 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, you combine alcohol and sporting events. Yeah, we've seen the violent outbreaks that occur at NFL games all over the country. It's not uncommon at all. One sport that traditionally you don't often see intoxicated or obliterated fans because it's the game of etiquette and rules is professional golf. Until the Waste Management Phoenix Open golf tournament spiraled out of control into what one PGA Tour golfer described as the proverbial shish kebab show. Brawls breaking out between fans. Alcohol sales were actually temporarily suspended due to the drunk fans. A topless man arrested after jumping out of the course and diving into a greenside bunker. One of the South Korean golfers described the tournament in a post as he used the proverbial shish kebab show. Totally out of control on every hole, he said. Yes, I know what I signed up for. I played here multiple times over the years, and it was fine until today. It's just personal experience. One video over the weekend showed a brawl that erupted between fans at the tournament. While the cause of the fight was not revealed, the tournament is known for rowdy fans and, yes, a lot of drinking, they say. This video showed 3 individuals involved in the fight, one of them throwing a punch, other individuals pulling the first person down to the ground, a brawl on the ground between 3 fans. According to the New York Post, the Waste Management Phoenix Open Golf Tournament is known as the greatest show on grass, attended by as many as 200,000 fans each year. But the Independent reported alcohol sales were temporarily suspended during part of this year's tournament after the viral videos of drunk fans out of control. There was a third video of the former U.S. Ryder Cup captain, Zach Johnson, who had had enough, actually went over to the fence line, the fans, and was an intense exchange with fans, yelling at him that he's sick of this. Just shut up. I guess the fans, the hecklers, don't really often see that in professional golf, at least that I'm aware of, right? Okay. What do we got with Sundance? What is going on this morning?
Oh, not much. I was trying to explain how we get 120% of the load last night. The load, when you get a fuel surcharge, the load is originally 100%. Fuel surcharge would be an additional 20%. That's how you get to the 120 number. And I've been calling FMCSA for the last 2 weeks since I talked to my congressman out of the state of Alabama and told him what was going on. I've been calling them every day. They haven't responded. They haven't returned my phone calls, so they're not going to do anything. Number two, so my congressman also told me to contact the Federal Trade Commission, told me to talk to the Alabama State Attorney General, and if I didn't get any rectification in 2 weeks, to call him back. So when I went to my deposition a week and a half ago, they bring in some paperwork, and they wanted me really hard to say that was my signature on the paper. They forged my signature on a new paper that said that I get 70% of gross revenue versus 70% of the load rate plus fuel surcharge. They changed it, and they forged my signature on the 2 leases that I signed. One was I signed 3. They forgot about the second one. One was in my name. The second one was for my company name, and then the third one was when everything kind of went haywire because fuel surcharge on a $5 rate went up to like 22%. So they had to try to cover their tracks because now I'm getting 92% of what the load originally paid. They kept their, 30% profit margin, but I was making bank. I had weeks $10,000 gross, bringing home $7,000, and they didn't like that. So they had to figure out how to get me back to where I was grossing $8,000 and bringing home $3,000. So, and that's what they did, but they forged my signature. Now, I gave them an ultimatum last week. My lawyer sent it to them. They either got to pay me tonight, or you can have, if you have anybody that you think is doing you wrong and not giving you rate comms, and they're stealing from your rate comms, you can have them arrested for suspicion of embezzlement. And you don't have to prove it, but you can have them arrested for suspicion of embezzlement. You can look it up. I'm going through hell with this. It's been 16 months, and I haven't gotten a rate comm yet from the company. So you think they're only up and up? No, they're doing everything. They've been working on this for 16 months. They've probably got all new rate comms, but it don't match up. Like I said, we called them, they forged my name, my signature on the paper. How stupid. That's how bad this is. That's what's going on in this industry. And like I said, I talked to a guy today. He run 200 miles. He run a 150-mile deadhead to get a load that paid $700. That's terrible. And you know what the amount of money that was the load was worth to that company? They sold it to the other company for $77,000. That was the invoice to the company that he delivered to. $77,000 they sold product to this other company and paid $700 to ship it. they got to have some kind of shipping costs. This has got to stop. Back in the 70s, we had 10 cent a hundredweight. If you hauled 30,000 pounds, you got paid $3,000. That went a long way back then. Just pay the price. Y'all need to stop running for nothing and watch them. They're stealing your money, and those guys got to pay me tonight, or they'll be arrested Monday.
Well, let us know how that goes come Monday, right? All right, I don't know. Some people just have more problems than others in the trucking industry. That's all I know. It's 844-844-3388. Well, maybe enough time for another DA of the Week nominee. How did Brain Dead put that? You can take the man out of Florida, but you can't take Florida out of the man. Police in California arrested a man for stealing a small aircraft before crashing it onto a beach and leaving the scene. Deputies received a report of a small airplane landing near or on a beach in Half Moon Bay last Thursday afternoon, according to the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. Officers found the aircraft intact but unoccupied on the sand south of Poplar Beach, about 30 miles south of San Francisco. A photo posted on social media by the sheriff showed the plane with striped wings tilted forward with its nose in the sand, the tail pointed skyward. Deputies located a man matching the description of a person seen landing the plane and simply walking away. Turns out a 50-year-old Miami man was charged with theft of an airplane and booked into the McGuire Correctional Facility. The plane is believed to have been stolen from an airport in Palo Alto, California, about 24 miles by road from the crash site. Investigation is ongoing. I don't know, just hey, there's a little, I can fly that. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. Hey, have you registered yet for your Big Rig Duo? We're talking a $200 value, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator, plus 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Now, that is a $200 value. All you got to do, head over to Facebook and search the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You'll find the official Steve Summers Overnight Drive fan page. Just scroll down and comment Hot Shot Secret. You'll see the contest there, as well as other previous episodes of the program there. It's that simple. And we'll return after a news break, 29 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Sex and Money takes center stage in the hearing regarding the potential removal of DA Fani Willis from Donald Trump's Georgia election case. A Trump co-defendant alleges that Willis financially benefited from hiring Nathan Wade, who allegedly treated her to luxurious vacations. Wade claims that Willis contributed financially, but lacks deposit slips to substantiate the payments. The Kansas City police chief reports that the Super Bowl shooting began as a dispute among a number of individuals, culminating in gunfire. Chief Stacey Graves disclosed that 2 of the shooters are juveniles, and among the 22 wounded victims, half are under the age of 16. Researchers have detected additional water in outer space. Utilizing data from a retired NASA mission, scientists identified water on the surfaces of 2 asteroids. The Southwest Research Institute reports this marks the inaugural discovery of water molecules on an asteroid's surface. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. What do we have? Friday coming on TGIF. Ready for the weekend? Some folks going to be breaking out the snow shovels. I don't know. We're in the zone where I think they're talking maybe an inch or two. Not going to be too bad here. Maybe I'll just use the old God put it here, he'll take it away. That's the mentality, right? It'll disappear in a few days. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Pappy?
Steve, in 24 minutes, I don't care what it does.
Quitting time.
Let it snow, baby, let it snow. Hey, I think Sundance is getting snowed a little bit. Steve, last time I checked, you need probable cause to arrest somebody, not suspicion. So I don't know who's telling Sundance this, but he better check their law license. And with all due respect to Sundance, Steve, man, you know, it sounds like some people were taking advantage of this man. So, you know, I hope he gets what's coming to him, if in fact that's the case. I don't mean no disrespect to him or anything, but you can't arrest somebody on suspicion, man. Man, Steve, I got to tune you in there for a little bit. The top of the hour when the guy was talking about Bongino, a daggone lieutenant called, and I had to get on the phone for a few minutes, so I kind of missed what he was saying. But Steve, how long have we been talking about this? 5, 6 years?
Yes. Yep.
At least, I mean, we're going back to the old days, right up on the 6th floor there.
Hillary,
listen, man,
Hillary, Uranium One, all that. Yep.
Yes. Skolkovo, the Clinton Foundation. I mean, the bottom line, Steve, is when Trump got elected, they freaked out because they knew that they were going to be exposed for all the Pfizer court stuff and all the spying on him. The big kicker, Steve, was when he made that phone call to Ukraine president at the time. Steve, you talk about a meltdown. They melted down because they knew Trump was coming on to them. So I want you to think of this, and we've talked about it, though. Everything that they are doing to Trump, everything that has happened since that phone call, the two there goes the Alzheimer's kick. Impeachment trials, the raid on Mar-a-Lago, the documents that Biden has, everything since that phone call is to cover up the corruption and the money laundering scheme between Washington, D.C. and Ukraine. And we've been saying this for 4 years, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what happened, there was some new whistleblowers, so to speak, that came out and kind of just confirmed everything we already knew. When they raided Mar-a-Lago, and we talked about this on your show, Steve, they were looking for documents that Trump had, right, on Ukraine, between Ukraine and Biden. He had the docs, man. Some of them documents in the big guy's garage, Steve, were documents from Ukraine. I mean, we talked about it. So it's nothing but a big laundering machine. And they're afraid they're gonna get exposed. And who are they trying to protect? It's not Joe Biden. It's Obama. Because who was president when Biden was up to all his shenanigans in Ukraine? You can't tell me Obama didn't know what was going on. So it's all to cover the anointed one, cover up everything from Ukraine. They got to make everything disappear, and I don't think they're going to be able to. Man, one of your callers said something the other night. Kind of lost train of thought here. He was talking about the people in D.C. Steve, remember the other night, too, when I mentioned reality? Everybody has their own reality, how they view the world.
Absolutely.
Based on, you know, how you were raised and where you grew up. And the D.C. swamp, these people got their own reality, Steve, and it's far from what the average American's reality is. They go to their little cocktail parties. They wear their, little bow ties. They sip their champagne and their drinks, with their finger out because they are better than all of us. The perfect statement when Clinton called us all deplorables. They stub their nose at us and they look down at us, down their nose, and we're smelly people. We're not the higher class that they belong to. They hate us, Steve. They despise us. And we got to remember that. And it's not just because they're filthy rich. There's a lot of rich people in this world that don't think like that. Steve, one person comes to mind. It's because you're able to speak through that microphone right now. I won't go as far as to say I don't think Chris is like filthy rich. I don't think he's going to go out and buy a $10 million yacht
right.
and go float around on the Mediterranean. But you talk about a down-to-earth guy who'd give you the shirt off his back and is just a decent, God-fearing person, is Chris Kobelchik. Money didn't affect him, and it's not so much the money, these people, it's the power that they get with it. They got to have that power over us. You shall bow to the king. I forget what he said, Dagon. I'm trying to remember, and I was going to call in and say, I tried, but I couldn't get in. But I was going to reply back. It's because they're in charge and we're not. That's why somebody gets arrested, or that's why somebody doesn't get arrested, because they are in charge and we're not. And shut your mouth. We're in charge. We do what we want.
And they're supposed to be, I mean, we hold elections. We, the people, send them to D.C. supposedly to represent. They're working for us. We're not working for them.
Yes, sir. Consent of the governed. When they get to D.C., they vote on what, not what their constituents want, even though they stand up there and say all this. They want who's lining their pockets with money and who will get them elected next time around so they can maintain their power. I'm not saying every one of them, but 99% of them. There are a few people up there that have our interest in mind. Yeah, so they can go to little cocktail parties, drink their champagne, drink their little highballs, stand around and talk about how much power each one has. You can see Chucky Schumer when he walks around on the Senate floor. He gives me the creeps, man. He just walks around. And to think that people are, some of these senators look at him and they're just in awe. Oh, that's Chucky Schumer. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me, man?
The power he has.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
All right, Steve, that's all I got, brother. Everybody enjoy the weekend. Hammer down, be safe. Stock up on that food and water, my man.
Be prepared. There you go. I mean, what Pappy just brought up there, it's pretty much Mark Green, the representative of Tennessee, to just announce, on Wednesday, that he will not run for re-election because things are so broke, screwed up, out of whack in D.C. He was interviewed yesterday, Thursday. Talks about the FBI. Mark Green, Representative Mark Green, says the FBI has been running around doing whatever the hell they want, lying to get FISA warrants. The FBI has been under scrutiny as of late, with the Republicans proposing a bill to update Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, the FISA, which they hope will reform the FBI's use of warrantless surveillance. Now, Representative Green says 200,000 Americans with warrantless searches. That's insane. And the fact that they've actually gone after political organizations, they've gone after Donald Trump, they've gone after sitting congressmen. I mean, it's absurd. And this is the guy, earlier this week, Green announced that he will not be running for re-election, that he hoped to help America through states' rights issues. Now, he just entered Congress in 2018, 7th Congressional District of Tennessee, representing a large portion of the Nashville area, but 200,000 warrantless, taking advantage of the warrantless searches and surveillance of people, American citizens, that is. And we'll return.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, got word from Mack Trucks. Mack Trucks revealing plans for a $14.5 million expansion at their Roanoke Valley Operations manufacturing facility there in Virginia in a news release. The truck manufacturer said the expansion will add 72,000 square feet and result in the creation of 51 jobs. Mack is committed to making the industrial and product investments we need to be a North American market leader. According to the global president of Mack Trucks, the expansion of the Roanoke Valley operations plant will help us grow in a strategic market segment and support sustainability goals. Now, last October, Mack started production of their battery electric medium-duty series of diesel trucks, the Mack MD and the MD Electric, available in Class 6 and 7 ratings. Apparently, this expansion is a direct response to the demand for that line of trucks. Customer demand for the Mack MD and MD Electric continues to grow beyond our expectations. This investment and expansion will well position Mack trucks for the future. In addition to Mack's investment, a $255,000 grant from the Commonwealth's Opportunity Fund and a Roanoke County incentive package of more than $800,000 were also announced. The manufacturer anticipates construction on the project to begin in April. Completion of what will be a 352,000 square foot facility to come sometime in the fourth quarter of 25. Governor Glenn Youngkin said, "We are proud that Mack Truck's initial investment in a new Roanoke County operation 4 years ago has yielded a second major investment. This is truly another vote of confidence in Virginia by a global industry leader." There you go. Mack Trucks sold, service, distributed in over 45 countries around the globe. Vic is on board. What's happening? Happy Friday, Vic. Oh, did we lose Vic? We might have lost Vic. Or Vic may have fallen asleep. He's been there for a little bit. Let's see. Eagle wanted to chime back in here. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. I almost fell asleep myself. But, yeah, Steve, I'm wanting to talk about something that I didn't get to in the first time, and that's this deal that happened in Kansas City with the parade. I was listening to a couple of sports shows today. One of the sports shows that I listened to at night, one of the hosts, he was on the scene when it happened. Fox FS1 Sports, they were there live at the parade, and he said he was telling about his experience today. You know, when gunshots. It's not a lot of things. When I was younger, Steve, I used to go to nightclubs, and they played the gangster rap music, pilot music when I was young, and it's a scary feeling when somebody starts shooting, Steve. I remember this, but like I said, this was about 10 or 20 years ago when I was a lot younger. I was in the parking lot one night, and me and some other people, a whole lot of people, we were standing outside, and the car pulled up, and apparently he had a disagreement with somebody. He just started shooting. That's a scary feeling when you hear gunshots and you don't know where them bullets are coming. I just dove on the ground and, tried to get as low as I could to stay away from the bullets. That's anybody who's never experienced that. That's an experience you never want to have, is when you hear a gun firing and you don't know who they're firing at. Then I say that to say this, Steve. I don't believe that they're telling the whole story about this incident, because something is not adding up, Steve. Who the hell goes to a parade with an AR-15 rifle? You say that you got a problem. They said this was a disagreement between rivals, gangs, or whoever they are. Who the hell goes to a parade with an AR-15 rifle, and just in case you meet up with that guy and you just start firing? From what the incident that the police chief gave today is not adding up, Steve. Why? I don't think people are going to shoot off that many rounds. If you got a problem with somebody, even if those two guys that were so-called fighting hated each other that damn much, I don't believe that they're going to just start firing off rifles like that. Somebody got video of the gunshots going off. That sounds like the shooting. That sounds like the same type of shooting that you hear in a mass murder sequence in one of these schools or something like that. These people, he wasn't just shooting at that his so-called enemy. He was trying to hit some other people, Steve, as far as I'm concerned. He did accomplish hitting other people. And besides that, they not telling you about this other guy who has a foreign last name, or last name is Omar. This guy, but I don't know what the hell country he comes from, but it ain't the USA. And they're not saying much about this guy, who this guy is. But there's more to this story than what's going on, Steve. I think it's more than just two rival gangs. But let me ask you this. What have you seen? They say that these people were youngsters, teenage, young kids. What have you seen youngsters going on, fighting among you? I know these kids are out of control now, but I haven't seen no kids, not even in Chicago or Detroit, Michigan, have I heard of kids fighting like this with AR-15 rifle. If it has come to this, we in a very bad situation.
I haven't heard anything about long guns. I mean, my understanding was it was pistols. I haven't heard anything about long guns.
You didn't hear nothing about long guns. That, from what I don't know. Maybe maybe me and you not hearing the same deal. But from what some of these eyewitnesses are saying, that this guy had a gun under his jacket or something, a long gun, not no pistol. But I'll have to go back over the story and look at it again. But like I say, if you listen to I thought last night you was talking to somebody and he was saying that sounds like an AR-15 rifle. I thought one of the people that you had talked to last night, I forget who it was, said it sounded like an AR-15. But like I say, the whole sequence is not adding up, Steve. If that is the case, though, Steve, if that's the case where young people, because when I was growing up, we fought with our hands. I'm talking about 21 and under. Right. If that's the case now, where you got people shooting off guns to solve disagreements, the young kids, we in a whole lot of trouble. If they going out and solving their problem, they don't give a damn who get hit by the bullet, as long as they get to accomplish their goal. If that's what we don't come to, Steve, the United States is in a lot of trouble. If kids want to solve their disagreement like that. You might well take your kids out of school, because you got kids coming into school with guns, and they're going to be it's like the wild, wild west. If that's what it's don't come to, we living in a very, very dangerous situation right now. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah. And again, I know that they had recovered. They said several guns, and again, my understanding was just handguns. I hadn't seen anything about long guns, but see what else we can find. I hadn't seen anything about identities of any of those arrested. We know 2 were juveniles. They probably wouldn't identify them anyway. But for our first news break here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves says the shooting that happened in Kansas City at the Victory Parade for the Chiefs was a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire. Graves adding that 2 of the victims are juveniles and over half of the 22 victims are under the age of 16. One person was killed as the gunfire broke out on Wednesday. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner is sounding the alarms about a serious national security threat, demanding that President Biden declassifies documents that have been made available to Congress. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says the threats are related to an anti-satellite capability that Russia's developing.
There's a lot of things the satellites do for the whole population of Earth. And so any capability that could disrupt that and that could therefore have some impact on services here on Earth and across the world should be of concern to anybody, I think.
Nikki Haley is continuing to face an uphill battle in her home state as she began to turn up some of the rhetoric and comments against frontrunner and former President Donald Trump. Ryan Daniels has the details.
Haley says former President Trump doesn't know what it means to serve.
The reality is he's never been anywhere near a military uniform. He's never had to sleep on the ground. He's never known how to sacrifice. And the most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. That's the truth.
Trump did come up through military school as a youngster. 2 new polls have the former South Carolina governor trailing former President Trump by more than 30 points in her home state, which has a primary coming up later this month.
Retail sales in January dropped by 8%, which is well over the expected 3% drop. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden will be traveling to East Palestine, Ohio on Friday, the location of the Norfolk Southern train derailment that took place in early February of 2023. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre commenting on the president's trip, saying that he was invited by the town's mayor.
The president's going to hear directly from the people of East Palestine. This is a trip that he has been wanting to make, but wanted to make sure that it was the right time to do. Obviously, when the derailment happened, the federal agencies were on the ground within hours, and many of them have continued to be there, whether it's the EPA or FEMA.
The United States has waited 50 years to do it. Here's Corey Myers with the details.
The U.S. heading back to the moon. The Odysseus lunar lander, nicknamed Odie, launched in the wee hours of the morning to try and make the first touchdown of a U.S.-made spacecraft on the moon in 5 decades. Odie set to attempt his landing on February 22nd. It's equipped with a camera system that NASA hopes will give the world an amazing view of that landing.
Autonomous vehicle owner Waymo is recalling a previous version of its software that was used in its driverless cars. The recall, which was announced by the company earlier this week, stems from an incident in December when 2 self-driving Waymo vehicles in Arizona crashed into a pickup truck that was being towed. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Get that final hour underway. All right, here comes a Friday, and lo and behold, looks like Mindy is starting her day early. She just got an email. Thank you, Mindy. Because I was mentioning early in the program, I'm not sure if we were going to find out before the end of the show who our first week's winner was going to be, but we got it. All right, who is it? This is our Big Rig Duo Pack winner from Hot Shot Secret. Now, that means they went to the Facebook page, looked up the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. That's the official page. Commenting, simply made a comment, Hot Shot Secret. That's all you had to do. Winner of a Big Rig Duo, which is 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, otherwise known as the Big Rig Duo. We're talking a $200 value. And the winner is Randy Gray. Randy Gray, this week's winner. And I'm pretty sure I did send Mindy a message back. She will be getting in contact with the winner. And, work out getting arrangements made to have that delivered to your home. Now, we've got several weeks yet to come. Contest runs through March the 8th. And you can enter each week. So don't stop there. Keep on, go right back and enter once again for the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo Pack. Congratulations to Randy Gray. Meanwhile, email from Steve in Columbus, who says, good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there, Friday is finally here, and looking forward to getting the weekend started. Not a lot planned this weekend other than hanging around the house. Anyway, the pickup's packed and ready to head into town. I suppose we cannot get finished if we don't get started. Everybody, enjoy the day, and yes, enjoy your weekend. Pappy kind of responded to Eagle's comment there before the news break at the top of the hour. Is that what this country has come to? To which he says, that's exactly where we are, Eagle. Steve, how many mass shootings have we heard about at these parties, graduations, nightclub? Arguments break out, simple arguments, and then all the next thing you know, the guns break out, and people start shooting random, willy-nilly. People start dying. We have a population of people that don't value life. I mean, people that can kill somebody and actually put their head on the pillow and sleep like a baby that night. These gangbangers, these gangs coming in across our border, the MS-13, they have no value whatsoever for life. If they accidentally kill 5 other people to get the one person they were looking to get, they don't care. So, yes, Eagle, that's where our country's at. Thanks to the intentional breakdown of the family, the father unit, no father at home, it's all done by design. All right. And yes, Randy, if you're listening, this morning. Mindy, she will be contacting you via Facebook Messenger, like a personal message. All right, so look forward to that. Meanwhile, who else did we have? Eagle was asking about who's responsible. And again, I've seen nothing about any long guns here, like just pistols. Police say they have detained 3 juveniles, but released one who they determined was not actually involved in the shooting. So there are 2 in custody. Now, this was just updated from WRAL within the last few hours, overnight, about midnight. At this point, no charges have yet been filed. Police are looking for others who may have been involved. They are calling for witnesses, victims, people that may have cell phone video of the violence to call a dedicated hotline. In the state of Missouri, apparently, authorities have 24 hours to prosecute individuals suspected of a crime before they have to be released from custody. Now, they did not release details about those who were detained. They did not release any details about the weapons that were seized or a possible motive. So that's all unknown. But again, they're asking anyone, witnesses, people with cell phone footage, to call a dedicated hotline. Of course, some of this additional video footage had come forward over the past day. One eyewitness, Lisa Money, said she was trying to gather some confetti near the end of the parade when she heard somebody yelling, "Down, down, down, everybody down." She said, at first I thought somebody was joking, then I saw the SWAT team jumping over the fence. I couldn't really believe it. Who in their right mind would do something like this? Supposed to be a day of celebration for everybody in the city. And then you got some idiots out there that want to come along and do something like this. Police chief said the parade likely attracted about 1 million people in a city with a population of about 470,000 people and a metropolitan area of about 2 million. But the gunshots sent fans who had come out to cheer their team scrambling for safety. Those kind of stories. There's a video that had released of individuals actually chasing down and tackling some of what was believed to be shooters. 2 members in the crowd seen in a video tackling a person. That person was Trey Filter of Wichita, who was actually on Good Morning America yesterday, said he saw someone being chased and took action. He and another man kept the person pinned down until officers arrived. It wasn't clear if the person they held down was involved in the shooting, but they did see a gun nearby that was picked up. All right, so that's what we have at this point. No word on the guns or whatnot. Now, before we get back to the calls here, final hour. Story out of Tennessee where something went awry here. The search for a Tennessee sheriff's deputy who went missing Wednesday night after making his first arrest is focused on the Tennessee River, they say. Russell Johnson, the district attorney for Meigs County in the southeastern part of the state, said a submerged vehicle had been located at the end of Blythe Ferry Road in Birchwood, northeast of Chattanooga. Searchers did find skid marks at a boat landing at the end of the road headed into the water, according to WRCP. A cell phone belonging to Meigs County Sheriff's Deputy Robert Leonard, who remains missing, was pinging in the area where the vehicle was located. Leonard had been at home Wednesday evening, and it took a call that there was an incident involving a man and woman on a bridge near the Blythe Ferry boat landing. Deputy arrived at the scene a little before 10 p.m., about 10 till, and about 10:15 indicated he was taking a person to the county jail. Authorities have not identified the woman in Leonard's custody, but said she has not been located as well. Sheriff Jackie Melton said the deputy had texted his wife a one-word message that said, "Arrest." Melton said Leonard's wife assumed that to mean that he had made his first arrest as a deputy. Johnson said Leonard's wife texted back a reply, but the reply was never received by his phone. Now, the district attorney said that shortly after Leonard told dispatchers he was bringing the woman in, there was a garbled radio transmission received. One word that was heard in the transmission was water. Leonard did not respond to further radio transmissions leading to that search. Johnson said the area is a remote area, leading to difficulty with cell phone and radio transmission. But this officer, Leonard, is originally from New York. He and his wife have 3 children, according to officials. The deputy had been with the department there for about 2 months. Again, according to WRCB. So the search is on. Something is awry. And our number, 844-844-3388. Mindy said, and a big thank you to everyone for commenting. We had over 150 who entered the contest this week. Should have been a lot more than that. It's pretty simple. Facebook, The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. But yeah, thanks for those who entered and good luck. Maybe next week will be yours, right? Well, there's Mr. Scarecrow on a Friday. Good morning, sir.
Well, Steve, these are special times, to say the least. Did I hear that new moonlander is Odie?
That is correct.
Well, for them to name that lander after my sister's past dog is truly special. This is really going to be, flabbergasted about this. Now, wasn't Horse Feathers wondering earlier about a dog named Odie?
Yes.
I put this together, Steve. Steve, Horse Feathers and my mom kind of share best wishes for each other on occasion, and I'm kind of the go-between, but I'm kind of wondering if they maybe have a direct phone line or such, and maybe Mom kind of slipped Odie's name in there at some point in time. So that's where Horse Feathers has Odie on the brain right now. I kind of think that's where that came from anyway. I've been dwelling on that fiasco on the golf course that you were talking about a little bit ago.
Yeah.
There, Steve. I kind of got it figured. I think I got it figured out here now. Now, last night I shared a video with you. I just didn't get around to calling in, but I had come by it. Somebody else had sent it to me, but apparently last Tuesday night, I think I was at the Oklahoma Sooners basketball game. It was Red Solo Cup night in honor of Toby Keith's passing. I think I don't know if he attended school there, but he was a huge fan, and he often attended the games and such. Well, Toby Keith is also a huge golf fan, Steve. In fact, I read he has his own golf course, or owns a golf course, just a short drive from his home there. Now, I'm kind of wondering, maybe wherever this golf tournament was taking place, you were referencing, that maybe that became a Red Solo Cup event too there, and everybody took it to heart, and as the song goes, proceed to party. Well, now that's speculation on my part, but there's that chance,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we the Red Solo Cup thing, until last weekend, I had never listened to that entire song. I mean, pretty much anybody across the country knows the refrain, but there's a whole lot of other vocals and voicing within the song. So at this point in time, Steve, I have started carrying around several Sharpies, Sharpie marking pens, and so I always have one handy. Now, unless it's right in the song, the connection between the pens and the Solo Cup. Now, about a third of the way into the song, your listeners, if they don't know what the heck I'm talking about, They're going to have to find it out on his own because Keith, he tells you about the pen, and I'll give you a hint. It's not for writing your name on the cup. We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Let the speculation take over there, Steve. So, the curiosity had come up. I ran across this online. The question was, what is Toby Keith's net worth? And I come up with several different numbers, but the first one that comes up, Forbes, I think in 2010, had put him at $500 million. Now, some of the others estimate him at around 300 million. That is right in the top 10 of the country market. He was about 5 in these other estimates. I think Garth Brooks, he was maybe 2. Dolly Parton, she was the top valuation within the country market. I think it was like about 650 million or such. But what really surprised me, Shania Twain, Steve, she has a net worth of 450 million. But she apparently has a lot of other. It's not just music that she's involved with. It's, I don't know, perfume and clothing and other things like that. But so either way, it was either way. No, Toby Keith, he did well through the years and such. And that kind of brings up. I'll tie in with that in a moment here, Steve. This was this past Tuesday morning. And in the past, many of us our listeners have shared the good and the bad and the highs and lows within their personal lives and issues that, often medical issues that come up and the unfortunate side to things. I was thinking I was going to be at that end of the spectrum Tuesday morning, Steve. In fact, I was thinking I'm going to have to look up the music scores and such for Toby Keith's Crying for Me. And a side note on that one, if there's a song out there that'll bring a tear to anyone's eyes, that one will. No, when I got home Tuesday morning, Steve, my bride, she was home to begin with. She shouldn't have been. She should have been at work. And for her to miss work is totally out of character. So I knew there was something up, and I walked in the house, she was grimacing, bent over, and she's had some pain in her side for some time that she's been dealing with and taking medications for and such. But now, Steve, she is a 40-year smoker, and I did a quick search on what it might be, pains in the side, kind of the center of the rib cage, and the C word comes up, and that was all I could think about, Steve. I really thought this is not going to be good.
Right.
We got her to the clinic, but in the end, Steve, I guess I come away happy anyway. The X-rays were clear, and apparently it's just some swelling on the tissue between the ribs that I don't know if it's brought on by coughing or whatever. So that's what the treatment is now. And she's not happy. She's still grimacing a lot. But no, Steve, I really truly thought on Tuesday morning that I would probably not be running Tuesday night by any means for what we were going to find out there. But so no, that it come to mind. I started dwelling on our fellow callers out there and friends and what they have had to deal with in the past. And so yes, once again, we are family. So that's really all I really wanted to share at the moment here tonight, Steve. So we'll wish a pleasant weekend on everybody out there, and likewise yourself there. We'll do it again next week, huh?
Very good. Sounds like a plan. Yes, you do the same. Have a good weekend. All right. Looks like there was one NASCAR driver that, I don't know if he's made it to Daytona or not. A NASCAR driver on the way to Daytona International Speedway was injured in a crash involving a big rig Wednesday afternoon. NASCAR driver Chris Hacker, I'm not really familiar, 24 years old, traveling through South Carolina, headed for Daytona, Florida, when he was involved in a crash with a semi-truck. According to the statement issued by his representatives, a semi-truck crossed the center line and hit Chris's Mustang head-on. Hacker was airlifted to a Columbia, South Carolina hospital. Reportedly suffered multiple injuries, but is stable and expected to fully recover. I presume, obviously, will not be racing in Daytona, though. Statement said Chris is in good spirits. His family has flown to South Carolina to be with him. He will remain in the hospital while he recovers, but hopes to be able to return home in the coming weeks. All right, so appreciate everyone's thoughts and prayers. Looking forward to a speedy recovery and getting back to the track. Representatives didn't really provide detailed information on where the crash occurred or whether the truck driver was actually injured. But Hacker, after a DWI that resulted in a driver suspension from NASCAR last year, Hacker actually said earlier in the week this week that he has been 6 months sober. So prayers for a speedy recovery there. Meanwhile, another DA of the Week nominee. You can't beat this one. Dateline, Battle Creek, Michigan. One man in custody after trying to break into the Calhoun County Jail and its ATM. About 6:20 a.m., a 26-year-old Battle Creek man entered the bond lobby of the Calhoun County Jail wielding a knife. According to the Battle Creek Police Department, the individual began pounding on the entry door to the interior of the jail, then started to try breaking into the ATM located in the lobby area. According to corrections deputies, we got a real winner here. Noticing that the man was wielding the knife, corrections deputies requested additional law enforcement. Deputies locked the exterior door electronically. So now he's stuck in the lobby. He can't get out. Officers from the Battle Creek Police Department made contact with the man, who ultimately did surrender and was escorted into the jail. Come on in. You win a special prize. Calhoun County Sheriff Steve Hinckley commending the correction staff for handling the situation and the coordination with the Battle Creek police officers, who ultimately safely resolved the incident. Well, you wanted in, you got in, and sure, we'll let you stick around for a while. It is 844-844-3388. That's why it's a Dumbass of the Week nominee.
USA News Update. Sex and money take center stage in the hearing regarding the potential removal of DA Fani Willis from Donald Trump's Georgia election case. A Trump co-defendant alleges that Willis financially benefited from hiring Nathan Wade, who allegedly treated her to luxurious vacations. Wade claims that Willis contributed financially, but lacks deposit slips to substantiate the payments. The Kansas City police chief reports that the Super Bowl shooting began as a dispute among a number of individuals, culminating in gunfire. Chief Stacey Graves disclosed that 2 of the shooters are juveniles, and among the 22 wounded victims, half are under the age of 16. Researchers have detected additional water in outer space. Utilizing data from a retired NASA mission, scientists identified water on the surfaces of 2 asteroids. The Southwest Research Institute reports this marks the inaugural discovery of water molecules on an asteroid's surface. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
The $10,000 men finish the job in Region 2 Super Farm. In Regions 3 and 4, stories of a saintly deer and a sinner IH. And father and son spend daddy's money to a championship in Hot Farm. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The NTPA's next event is an invitational on the hallowed pulling grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center. The second annual Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals is set for Saturday, March 23rd at 5 p.m. Pro Stock tractors, modified minis, and super semis will be making return appearances, and this year they'll be joined by multi-engine modifieds. That's right, dragster chassis powered by 3 or 4 supercharged racing engines apiece will shake the rafters of Freedom Hall. See NTPAPULL.com for more event information and an exclusive link to early ticket purchases for NTPA fans. Or hit ntpa.tv to stream it live or on demand. But you don't have to wait until March for that live pulling fix. Cheer on your NTPA favorites at the National Farm Machinery Show Championship Tractor Pull from Wednesday, February 14th through Saturday the 17th. live from Freedom Hall or online at watchpolling.tv. And now, here are your 2023 Regional National Super Farm and Hot Farm champions. Bill, Matt, and Steve Casey, Signet and New Baltimore, Ohio. Whoopie Maker, 2023 Region 2 Super Farm champions. The Caseys swung their way through a mostly Wolverine state-based tour and battled not only their fellow regional runners, but also the Michiganders that frequently visit. Between Whoopie and its Oliver ally Totally Exposed, the team opened the year with an 8-hook 30-point streak. Outright wins came in Adrian, Findlay, and Centerville twice, and also at the Enderley and Bowling Green, where the latter earned them $10,000. Steve Yagi, Rochester, Minnesota. Holy smokes! The 2023 Region 3 Super Farm champion. It was another blessed year for our Midwest chaplain. But unlike its smothering performance in 2022, Holy Smokes was on a slow burn to start this season and was snuffed at 7th in Decorah. After that, Steve stoked Smokes to victories in 2 of its next 3 hooks, Eagle Grove and Monticello, and then hired shoe Matthew Lindstrom got another at Norwalk to outbustle Jeff Martine's 2-win Hustler for the championship. Chris Hales, Otterville, North Carolina, the Outlaw, the 2023 Region 4 Super Farm champion. 5 months after he qualified for the Enderley from Region 6, Hales started Region 4 in Lumberton. Both nights, the Outlaw was a step behind Caitlin McDonald's Red Mule and thus rolled into rally in a 2-point hole. But in the red clay, Hales found the golden ticket. On Saturday, he outlasted Russell Mullins' effort on Nothing Special, and then he put down Daniel McDonald's Bad Boy on Sunday. The twin wins put his margin over the mule at 4 points. Darren and Joseph Bomber, Brookville, Indiana. Daddy's Money, 2023 Region 2 Hot Farm champions. The Bombers' 66 started strong when Colton drove it to a win and a third in Shipshawana. From there, brother Joseph and daddy Darren took over, the younger Bomber being Money in Arcola. The top slot slipped away after Logansport and was not regained until a second in Greenville. Interim leaders were trailer mate I Got This and Everett Wilkerson. The latter clung to the lead with just one more at Hillsdale, where Joseph's 4th clinched the title. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. And speaking of the truck and tractor pulls, they've had several nights already of exciting action there at Freedom Hall, Louisville, Kentucky. Right now, it's the National Farm Machinery Show, which continues today and Saturday. Hot Shot Secret is on location. Stop by the booth, say hello. They've got some free samples, actually, while supplies last. The Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense, or the regular old Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Again, free samples. Idea is, once you try this stuff, you'll say, wow, does this stuff actually ever work or what? How do I get a big bottle? That's when you go to hotshotsecret.com, place your order. Don't forget to use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout, because that takes 10% off your order. On top, you already get an automatic 10% off your order if you're a first responder, active or a veteran, military, CDL holders. That translates to 20% off your entire order. Again, use the coupon code OvernightDrive. Meanwhile, Truck and Phil checks in. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at a record high 31. A record high of 31 in Forte. Okay, so that's a record today, really? A record of 33 in Sterling Heights today. All right. As we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Have a safe weekend, everybody. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. And Horse Feathers, what do you say?
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, being a first responder, do I qualify as a first responder because I own a fire truck?
There was a time when you were actually a first. Well, you don't need that because you got the CDL.
Yeah,
you got the CDL.
Anyway. I got a CDL, but I don't know. I was just thinking, I got a fire truck. If you own a fire truck, maybe that should qualify as a first. because I have actually, when we were out doing parades, the issue got flagged down, and I was glad I had a couple local department members with me for where we were doing the parade, but there was somebody that needed a service call at their house there to help an elderly gentleman, so they flagged us down, so my fire truck actually stopped, and we went in and did the in-home service call for them.
How about that?
But anyways, wasting time here on Casual Friday. So Odie the dog is a yellow dog, and he is best friends with an orange cat.
Garfield.
Do you know who the orange cat is? There you go. Yep. So anyways, that was the Odie I was thinking of, was the yellow dog.
Okay.
But I don't know about that thing there going on that Scarecrow thinks I got going on with his mother and that there. So I don't know. Anyway, so one thing I forgot to touch on there back when I made my call earlier was that the mayor of the city of Baltimore is using some of his appropriated funds, and I'm not sure which funding money he's using, but they're buying 2 hotels that are in the city to homeless people. They're going to put homeless people in the hotels, Your Honor. But they got to pay people to actually keep operating the hotels, because the homeless people wouldn't maintain the hotel or the service of the hotel.
Yeah.
And then as I say, I forget exactly which money. There's some money, but the problem is there's so many other things that need to be fixed in Baltimore before you start wanting to put homeless people into hotels that that need to be fixed. And
right.
Of course, one of them is still the police department, which is understaffed, and which we go back to the whole thing that is probably this Kansas City problem. It's the youth crime that's out here, because the gangs, the drug cartels are utilizing the youth because of the laws that aren't there to prosecute them or take them off the streets, because pretty much a youthful offender gets released into the whoever their caretaker is supposed to be. I can't say parents, because most of them don't have 2 parents to go to, so maybe there's one, or maybe there's a guardian or something, but they're released within a short period of time because
right.
They can't detain them. So and then of course there's very few convictions, and that goes on to that too. So anyways, but yeah, so the guns in the hands of the youth is coming, like Pappy said, from the gangs, whether it's MS-13 or the other gangs, and the drug cartels that are using them to push the drugs around and all that. So anyway, sports-wise, here, Casual Friday, Iowa college basketball. Now, very rarely you hear me talk about sports, that I really care about anyways, but to talk about college, and not just college basketball, but girls college basketball, Your Honor. Have you kept track of this? Did you catch this story?
No, by no means, no.
The girl playing for Iowa was supposed to break the scoring record for the what is the college?
NCAA.
What are the letters for the college? That's it, NCAA. Yeah, I can't say NCAA there, right, Maverick? Yeah. So anyway, she was supposed to break the scoring record, but then they kind of put an asterisk next to it to say there was some other woman back before you just said it there. I can't say it again. But anyways, there was a whole deal they brought up in the news. They talk about all this great things. She's doing all this scoring, but apparently this other woman back in the 70s or whatever, it was before the 3-point rule and all that stuff, and they said it was a whole different thing.
Right.
But I don't know. I think she's still scoring more points, but she has more points, more assists, and everything else. But what an athlete, and they showed her for a minute there on the news. So anyways, maybe you could check real quick or see if that. And how am I supposed to find out if Pennsylvania's closed tomorrow morning if you're not on the air?
Yeah,
Am I calling you? Can I call you to find out if Pennsylvania's closed or what?
Are they going to shut things down for 3 inches of snow?
No. They did the last time. They did earlier this week. So
yeah, that indeed
I guess
they did.
with all that for being Casual Friday. Yeah, I guess for all that being Casual Friday, and we'll see you Monday. But what is it Pappy said? I think didn't Pappy say something about don't be a scarecrow?
At one point he
I don't
did. That was earlier this week as well. But yes, indeed he did. All right, yep. So yeah, he's right. I mean, it's going to be the weekend, right? I mean, it's earlier this week. The anticipate, and then there were many areas talking, up to 6 inches of accumulation. It was going to be Snowmageddon. There were parts of Pennsylvania that really did get 6, 8, 10 inches. So things did get ugly for a period of time there. But you may have to contend with some commercial vehicle bans again this weekend. Pennsylvania in recent years has been notorious for that every time you have a winter weather event. But you'll be on your own, right? It's 844-844-3388. There's Philip in Florida. Good morning.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Well, doing well. Ready for the weekend, I guess. Of course, you don't really get a weekend. It's just another day, right?
Well, I get a day off. I get Sunday off, I
Okay.
get the Sabbath off. I'm good.
Uh-huh.
I'm good to roll. With my current situation with Disney and this other employer that I'm going to today, I get that one day off. But sorry I've been on, buddy. I've been kind of burned out on things. I texted you about that.
I saw that.
But,
yes, thank you. Yeah, I was just kind of worried about you because I know we've had a lot of action down there. A lot of launches, and we got a moon rover headed to the moon right now.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, we even had an earthquake down here. Did you see that?
I did not, no.
Yeah, we had an earthquake about 120, 150 miles off of Cape Canaveral there.
Wow.
Had an earthquake a couple of weeks ago. Well, but actually less than that, a week ago, better. Yeah. Yeah, just sometimes in life you got to have a break, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
But it is what it is.
Not a problem.
I got an answer to some questions that were asked at the beginning of the week. You remember when Q-Ball called in and he was talking about he can't understand why the power grid is on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. Well, here's the reason the power grid is on the internet. See, years ago, we had this thing called a telephone.
Yeah.
And when we needed to transfer power from one company to another, we just made a phone call, and then we did a wire transfer and made sure the money was in the bank, and we transferred the power from one system to another. Well, then the interwebs came along, and it's like, hey, we can look at all this stuff real time, and we can transfer our power from one place to another, and we can actually see it real time. And by the way, we can also transfer our money real time, and we can see that as well. And then that turned into, well, we got to start monitoring the power. All right, well, now we're monitoring it. Now we're monitoring all the other crap that makes the power.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it turned into, let's go on the internet and let's look at things. There was another question that he was asking, why is my vehicle so much, there's so much stuff that's has to do with, they know when my oil needs to be changed. They need to know, they know when this has to be done, that needs to be done. Well, one person's convenience is another person's inconvenience. So there's old guys out here like you and me, Steve. We don't give a darn about the internet sometimes. We don't care about email. We don't care about this or that because we were around for all that.
Yep.
And so all these conveniences for some people are inconveniences for us old guys, and that's where a lot of the younger generation needs to buck up and learn how that sometimes you don't need all them conveniences and all this technology. You need to have it to where where the bare minimum is, and you need to do what you need to do. And that's the answer to the question, pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't need to have my car to tell me about oil changes over the internet. I can get a piece of paper and write numbers down like we used to do. Remember that, Steve, when we had to keep track of an oil change?
Absolutely.
Or when we had to keep track of a train.
Hey,
you got a piece of paper.
Remember when you had to go in the kitchen and open that drawer and get that big old book, that big yellow book, to look up the pizza number or to call the phone number to see what movie's going to be showing tonight?
Absolutely. You did. Back in the day, I remember going in my mom's kitchen. Now, this was a long time ago, and there were phone numbers on the wall. And those phone numbers on the wall never got erased because they were important phone numbers where we had to call somebody.
Yeah.
Remember that, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I remember that. And that's the way it used to be. And we all need to get back to that period a little bit because today's youth relies too much on technology. If this person can't take 5 minutes to write something down about their vehicle, they don't need to be driving that vehicle.
Yeah.
Sorry, it sucks. I remember when I first started truck driving and I did a pre-trip. I remember we had forms for pre-trips every day that we had to fill out and turn in back in the day. It wasn't a logbook deal. It was a pre-trip form that we had to fill out every day. And I'm pretty sure the guys still have to do them today, but it's done on a computer now instead of being in a little book. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But that one person's convenience is another person's inconvenience. And a lot of people don't understand that. And technology is great. I love it. I love it to death. But sometimes it can be a pain in the royal butt.
Yeah. Well,
some of
that modern.
That's all I got.
Some of that modern convenience, the convenience of having this stuff all hooked into the internet, may ultimately become the greatest inconvenience of our lifetime in the event that somebody decides to flip the switch,
Well, think about this, Steve. We all know what the cloud is, right? You know what the cloud is.
Sure.
That's where we store all our stuff, right? All our data. All right. So if there's a way that we can't get to that cloud and get that information, then we're kind of out to the park, aren't we? And that's what's happening now. A lot of people need to understand, dude, sometimes in life you got to grab a piece of paper and a pencil. I know it sucks. You got to write, and you got to write stuff down. It's just the way it is. And Q-Ball was asking about the cars and all this technology and stuff. One of the big things is that they were going to make it with the newer cars to where they had the ability to shut them down in the event of a chase. Do you remember that, Steve?
Absolutely.
Did you remember those stories?
Yep.
All right. So that's another thing. Big Brother could take control of you. So any of you old guys out there know what points are, that know cars and know motors and know what points are. Dude, I think we need to go back to that stuff because if that the way it is now, they'll be able to shut our rigs down the way they want to right now. So, but just saying.
Yep.
But I'll talk to you next week, bud. I appreciate your time. I know you got to do your little 2-minute thing here.
There you go.
So.
Yeah, points and plugs and an actual carburetor, right? Anybody know how to fix a carburetor now?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, definitely running short on time, but what can you deliver this Friday morning, Vic?
Okay. Did you come to me before? I'm sorry, I fell asleep there for a while. I got too comfortable there.
Yes,
but anyway,
we did, but you weren't.
Quick, like,
you were not snoring. You weren't snoring like Eagle.
Yeah, well, I haven't got to that point yet, but anyway, real quick, like to get more pertinent to what we were talking about, I was going to tell you I did make it down to the farm machinery show, but they didn't have the amount of livestock exhibits I was expecting, and I did make it past the Hot Shot Secret thing, and there were a bunch of FFA kids there, and one kid I was leaving, I was looking at this beautiful John Deere tractor, and I mean, I have no idea how much it was, but it, 4-wheel drive, 6 headlights and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I happened to look on the side, and it had the same old toolbox that they had on the old John Deeres back in the 1950s. And I couldn't believe it. And I walked up there, I thought, this can't be. So I walked up there and looked at it. And one of the FFA kids walked up there, and his girlfriend, I guess, was with him. And they had this monstrous bag they had picked up somewhere to pick up all the swag. And she said to her boyfriend there, you're going to have to help me with this thing. And I looked at that and I said, did you guys bring that with you? Or did you? No, we picked it all up here. So he was loading up on the free samples. And when I stopped by the Hot Shot Secret stand there to talk to him about some stuff, they said, we lose a lot of pins when they all come through here. So I don't know how much they were picking up there. But anyway, the other thing you're talking about, the tractor pulls, that exposition center, they actually store the soil for the tractor pulls and add to it every year, and they have a certain type of soil that they use for those tractor pulls. And I always go into gate 2 and back out of gate 1, and when I went back out of gate 1, I seen one of the Electric Indian signs over there that said truck marshaling.
Yep. All right. Well, Vic, I'm glad we were able to get you in briefly there, but we got to wrap it up. It's a Friday. Have a safe weekend, folks. Thanks for being with us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.